Yo, good morning, gentlemen. Yo, what's up, Orphic? Nightblade? Pipoya? Oh, we will hit 90% tonight. Chat, 90%. Let's restart our game.
Good morning. Zethi and I'm getting McDonald's breakfast because you begraced me with free premium for 5 months and 40% off coupons up to $15. Big pog indeed.
Oh, Uber. I thought it said you graced me. I was like, wait, when did I give you that shit? Get back right now.
Every morning, yes, blogger, in the blom, with my spaghetti, spaghetti, yes.
Ooh, we got a hammer, chat. We got a hammer. You know what that means, chat? It's hammer time. It's fucking hammer time. Easy. 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 Oh my god. Oh my god. What number? 334. Just a quick little pen. No big deal. What? That's... Are you kidding me? I've clicked that thing 10 times. Why isn't it gone yet? This game sucks. Could you imagine though? Yeah, that'd be sick. My buck's gone. Caramel fraps? Oh my goodness. They are so tasty. Talk about a sugar bomb. You know what? All of my drops stopped as soon as I changed outfit. I think I need to go back to the Solar Knight outfit. That's where all my RNG is. The last 2 days have been so stale with drops. Where's my Solar Knight outfit? Should be in the first bag. Yeah, there it is. What day is it today? Okay, we good. Oh, we need to do a Pit of the Undying. Let's start with that before I forget. Oh, I hope that wasn't too much damage. No, we're good. No, what's up, John? Oh, we're done. What am I doing waiting for? Excuse me.
The one thing I wanted, the one thing. The caramel FRAPPE, I didn't get, because much like their ice cream machines, the machine was down. Didn't even substitute it for anything, just basically told me to go F myself.
What day is it today? Today's Wednesday, isn't it? So yeah, we get the patch tomorrow. Sweet. 6 more AP tomorrow. Oh, what am I doing? I need to grab the dailies. I'll take free Caphras. Yeah, I'm at like, what am I at? 32, going for Nav. But that's going on the back burner for a while. Wait, do I have no more heads? Ah, I found one. You know, maybe I will use up that one first. Since I'm just grinding this spot right now where AP isn't as important. Yeah, we got the normal drip on. Have I ever tried PoE? Oh yeah, I played a bunch of PoE. I haven't actually played PoE 2 in a little while. I really enjoy it though. Just struggle to find time. Oh, I'm in my PvP spec. And I already reset. Remind me in 10 minutes to swap, you guys. Yo, Liru Vex. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it tremendously. How you doing today? Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Zethine, hey Siri, set timer for 10 minutes.
Is that the end? Let's go!
And support girl. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate you guys. What are you groaning for? Hope you're both having a wonderful day today. Catching back up on new stuff, yeah. A lot of people coming back to BDO right now. We got some fun stuff coming. And the Heidel Ball definitely sound like they listen to us. A lot of old issues that we've been bugging about for years finally being addressed. Yeah, I have the opposite of insomnia. I can do a 24-hour stream if I, well, I guess maybe I don't have the opposite of insomnia. I guess that'd be narcolepsy? But, man, sometimes I feel like I'm borderline. When I start getting tired, man, ooh, good luck keeping my eyes open. A 2? Out of 2? Nice, Wabs. Nice, I agree. All the life skill stuff, yeah. Because they mentioned console twice. Oh, is that where you guys are playing from? Ouch. I always feel bad for console players. You guys get stuff so late. Here we are complaining. We're finally getting actually a global release on this new content, which is like one of the big things we've been talking about. But here we are complaining, right? In the past, where we get stuff like a month or two after KR, where you guys get stuff like a year or two after us. Oh, your PC? Oh, okay. Well, good. Then you don't have to deal with that. Thank goodness. Video on console to me is an oxymoron. I understand people being console gamers, with consoles being, you know, more affordable. But BDO is a game where you got to put a lot of time into it, right? So it kind of feels like an oxymoron to play BDO on console because you can't afford a PC. It's like, but what about all the time you put into it? You could put that into getting money to play it on PC, and then you don't have to be years behind. Once again, there's nothing wrong with playing on consoles specifically. It's just how far behind content is. It's just like, oh my goodness. I can't help but feel like that development time that they spend on, I want to say localization for console. I don't know if localization is the right word, but I feel like that development time that goes into that would be much better spent on the main game. Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and then I can swap to my PvE spec. Wait, what happened to the decks? That must have had something to do with the pig cave last night. That's my guess. Hey, what's up, Clish? How you doing? What's up, man? I made a... What was that? An oopsie. And switched my Y Blackstar pet to Godderai. Should I upgrade it to pen, or should I save it to buy a Blackstar pen directly? Can you switch it back from Tet? Or from Goddard back to Tet? I haven't looked into the Godderai enhancement path in a long time, so I don't know how much value I can add. If it's base, you can. Yeah, you might be better off swapping it back. if it's still base. If it's not base, then yeah, unfortunately you're kind of committed. Those things are impossible to sell. So it's either yeah, if you tapped it once, like if it's pry or anywhere between pry to tet, you're kind of screwed. You kind of got to go pen or bust. I'm pretty sure you can convert it back as long as it's not enhanced. Yeah, maybe we're wrong though. There's got to be some information out there. Let's see. Let's ask Google. Can Goddard-eyed be swapped back to Black Star? Okay, well, it definitely says pen can. That's not what we're looking for. We know pen can. No. Oh, shit. Apparently it can't be swapped back. That's kind of lame. I wonder what do the pitties and stuff look like for God or Eyes. There's no way they didn't adjust those too. But yeah, unless you somehow manage to sell that thing, which is damn near impossible, from what I understand, you're kind of stuck having to enhance that thing to pen yourself. Okay, 60 seconds, then we can swap. Don't reset, don't reset, don't reset. Oh, geez. Yeah, yeah. Well, I wish you the best of luck. All in all, I don't think it's that bad to enhance it. I know it's technically, it's a bit worse. Because it's a lower chance. But it also spreads it over multiple steps. Okay. Swap our add-ons. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. You little bastards. Witch Awaken or Zerk suck. I would... Witch Awaken probably. For PvE, I don't see a lot of Zerks grinding. So I'm going to assume that it's not a great class. And if you're willing to choose between those two, like if you like them both equally, then I'm going to lean towards Witch. Zerk is about to get some pretty big changes in a month too. Specifically with the removal of click to move. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes about. It affects Suckzerk too, but yeah, Awakened way more than Suck. Suckzerkers will still click to move Lava Piercer. But a lot of like the rocket jumping and stuff you see Awakened Zerkers doing, that is usually more effectively
Christ,
used
that's
with click to
Jason
move.
Bourne.
Or mouse move. Oh my god, Memfrags are max too? Holy crap. How many Memfrags do I have? Oh my god. Between the memory fragments and the sharps I have, I could cash out right now. First time seeing this quest? Wait, what quest? By the way, good morning, Quadranted. Oh. 12,000 memory fragments, chat. What is that, 60 bill? At 5 mil a pop, a fragment? Or 5 mil a pop, sorry? Crazy, I think I have 60 bill worth of memfrags right now. I have 10,000 sharps, too. I wonder how Black Stones are doing. Ah, every time. Oh, even they're up a little bit. Oh, they're coming back down. People don't let that last long. No, it wouldn't. Because memory fragments would instantly hit min price because people would just line up and kill each other to farm memfrags. And the memory fragment market would be oversaturated in less than 24 hours. Memory fragments are hot right now because everybody's trying to enhance 10 black stars or to pen either for their own sovereign offhand or to try to make some money. Since making pen black stars was pretty profitable, at least for a while. I don't know about now with the increased mat cost. The margins are probably a lot smaller. Yeah. Maybe the offhand or the alchemy stone, maybe. Maybe that's where his luck will reset. I don't have a deck main hand, but I have no reason to be going for it right now. Really curious what the upgraded lightstones are going to do to the lightstone market. Yeah, that's what they announced at Heidel Ball, that there's going to be upgrades to lightstones. The set bonuses will stay the same, but you're going to be able to have better lightstones. I'm pretty sure they said upgrading too. Same with upgraded crystals. Still being in it. Somebody just run through here. I didn't even notice. You already hear the Garmoth we're getting is sellable? I did not hear that. You confirmed on KR? Did they already get the patch? I thought they were supposed to get the patch tonight. I thought their patch was in 11 hours. Unless their maintenance was a day early. Or wait, no, I guess it was last night. Wait, never mind. Never mind. Price about to crash? I don't know about that. Because everybody needs one more Garmoth right now. And I'm pretty sure there's a fuckload of orders.
No reason for a Dix Sovereign main hand. Oh well, how about this? Anyone who doesn't have a Dix Sovereign main hand is big gay.
Well, 150, maybe not. 157. A lot of those are probably people who have orders on both, maybe. Definitely a good opportunity to get one. If they're sellable, I can see them sitting. I don't know about crashing. There might be temporary FOMO where people sell shit because they're like, oh, I want my full money. But I think it'll go back up. Because, yeah, everybody who's getting a free Garmoth also needs another Garmoth. Like, I won't be selling one of my Garmoths until we get the Sovereign offhand. Yeah. That's when most will sell. Is when we get the Sovereign offhand, because there's a lot of people out there who will have a Garmoth in their Nuver and their Black Star, right? And they will no longer need two Garmoths there. So I think that's when most of them will sell. But that's not for a month. get the $15 from rolling your dice is what? Type exclamation mark dates. There's a list of when they plan on releasing everything. Right now, there's so many dates to be mindful of. I can't remember which is which.
I have this family name change coupon I wanted to use on my main, but I can't for the life of me think of anything that's not taken. Can't use Beefy Bovine because another account had it recently, so it's in limbo.
Yeah, it's tough to get names, especially the older a product gets. Oh, we're about to have some shenanigans. Somebody's pulling up their horse next to mine. Maybe not. I need to do a purge. Yeah, I don't know how you do that appropriately. Dosa Boy, Dosa Boy, Dosa Boy. Why do I recognize that name, Dosa Boy? You know what they should do? What do you guys think of this system? Maybe if like a name is taken but nobody's logged on the account for at least 2 years, then when you try to change that name, it'll say this name is currently taken but is potentially available for, I don't know what's a better word, not repossession, but better, available for acquisition. And then like it gives a link to the process for that. And then what it does is if you decide that you do want that name, then it's like a 30-day process where if you try to take that name, it then sends an email to the original account's email and says, hey, somebody's trying to take this name. If you want to keep your name secure, then log on the account. Otherwise, the name will be forfeited. And then if that person doesn't do that within 30 days, then that name becomes up for grabs and gets taken by that person. I think that would be a fair system. What do you guys think? That would be the one time they log in. Hey, if they're willing to put in enough effort to secure their name and just log in, I think that's perfectly fine for them to keep it then.
This is on the family name change coupon's description. Note: if a family has been offline from Black Desert for over a year since their last login, the family name and character names may be automatically changed according to our name policy for LAN.
Wait, is that currently on there right now? Or is that what you're suggesting? Oh, interesting. Maybe it's something that you got to put in a ticket for then, right? Yeah, it might be something that's more of a manual process then. Yo, it sounds like literally what I just suggested is what they do. But it's not automated. It's a manual process. I'd say try putting in a ticket. It'd be worth a try. I'd be really interested in finding out if that works. If you want to be the scientist, put on the lab coat and the glasses and the snorkel and figure that shit out for us, hell yeah. Let us know how that works out, because that's kind of a game changer if that ends up being a process. I've decided I am not going to sell any more Origins or Hungers. I'm going to start stockpiling them again. In fact, I'm kind of sad that I sold as many as I did now. Because the more I think about it, if Idana becomes the main grinding region and there's no essences that drop there, then essences are going to definitely go up like crazy. If nobody wants to grind here anymore, because Idana is so much better, then it'll cause these things to go up. Especially since, like, if you're enhancing your Pen Fallen Gods, because of the time gate nature of it, everybody's going to be using, like, even straight from Pry, a 300 stack. Every enhancement level is going to be a 300 stack. Which is like, what, 20? I think it's 21 Origins each time. So you're going to need, like, 420. 420 Origins. Oh, no, I guess that would be 2 armors. 840 Origins for the 10 300 no, the 40 300 stacks. I honestly think that they should remove the limit on Origins too. You should be able to push that shit straight to 1,000 if you want to. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We might get pushed out of this spot, right? The cap might be just too aggressive for people that are geared like me to stay here. Part of me actually wants to buy back 100 Origins, just in case that happens, but I feel like a fucking complete dumbass because I legit just sold like 200 of them to buy them back after just selling them. You know, I effectively threw away like, well, the tax on them, right? So if I buy back 100, then I shouldn't have sold that 100. And 150 mil per on 100 of them is what, 1.15 bill? I would have effectively thrown away, or I guess less than that. I got the extra tax and all that stuff, so it's probably more like 11 bill. But even still. Although we do have like a whole month until that patch comes, I could grind a lot of hungers in that time. I guess not to mention, I already have a ton of stacks too, so it's not like I need... Actually, you know what? I'm probably fine. Yeah. Well, there'd be no reason to take gear off, right? It's not like it's going to hurt you by having more gear on. It's just not going to help you. I just have a feeling they're going to make the caps much more aggressive than they currently are. Because those grabs aren't ranged grabs. When they say that they're nerfing range grabs, why would you expect them to nerf grabs that are not ranged? I think people are blowing it out of proportion. Awakened Guardian grab is a perfectly fine grab. And that's a ranged grab. And if they make more ranged grabs like Awakened Guardian grab, I fully support that. That makes the game better overall. Yes, there's other things about grabs that have problems, but you gotta start somewhere. Like, let's not be ridiculous here. They showed an image that showed Hash, Lawn, Sage, Hash, Lawn, Sage, Nova, and there was like one other too. I don't know about nerfing Nova's grab, because they already had a wind up to it. I didn't really have a problem with Nova's grab. But definitely Hash, Sage Lawn, their grabs are obnoxious. No fucking doubt. If you want to know the name of the song, there's a song command. They don't care about us. Saliva. Interesting band name. I think you're blowing it out of proportion. There are examples of other range grabs out there that are perfectly fine, that are still strong. And you gotta remember, it doesn't matter what type of grab you have, the fact that you have one on the table creates this situation where the other person, if they know it's still available and not on cooldown, they can't sit there in protected abilities, right? They can't sit there in protected abilities to try to get stand back, and they've got to be really careful about abilities they get locked into. And that's still going to be there. That is the majority of the pressure applied by a grab. Because that is present the whole fight, damn near the whole fight. There are plenty of examples of range grabs that are perfectly reasonable. And if we get put on par with those, it's perfectly fine. It's not a big deal. I'm just not worried about the grab change. Right now, Awakened Sage's grab is one of the most bullshit, even though it's probably the range grab out of all of them that were listed. It's the one you have to be the most accurate to land it. It doesn't change the fact that it's the one that it's the most difficult to punish. It is so fast activating, and it's so fast to cancel out of a fail, that you actually use trying to bolt after a grab attempt to confirm whether or not you landed the grab. That's how effective it is. And that creates this situation where even if you're a shitty sage that doesn't know much about the game, you just throw that shit out on cooldown, make sure you try to bolt as soon as you press E, and it is damn near impossible to punish on purpose. You gotta remember too, in the case of Zerker, one of the main reasons why their grab is such bullshit is because of their click to move. That's another completely separate change that's coming. Also, with the removal of ignore resistance, basically every class is going to have the same ignore reses like warriors and Zerkers have had the luxury of enjoying right now, right? They're removing mouse movement. Yeah, they're not changing it, they're removing it. So the question is now, how are they going to compensate the classes that use it the most? How is that's not fake? Yeah, so guess what, Mike? So either you don't run Ignore Grapple, and now you have the Ignore Grapple for free, or if you were running Ignore Grapple, now you get to run different crystals for more damage. Yes, it's a buff no matter what. You're looking at it too linearly. You got your tunnel visioning on it. Remember, if they remove the necessity to run specific crystals, that means you now get to run different crystals in that slot. That makes it still a buff. Now you can run more survivability, or you can run more damage. No, I'm talking about you. You're the one that just said it's the biggest lie ever. Everybody running max, everybody in the right mind was already run max ignore. That's what you just said. I'm addressing that. That's a buff to the grab classes that use it. Do you think non-grab classes are running ignore res? No, they're not, because they don't have a grab. So in what world would they want to run ignore grapple res? They don't, right? So now they get to run something else. Or now we get to run something else where they're just going to run the same shit they were already running. Everybody gets to drop their L cards. That's kind of neither here nor there. You're kind of dumb if you're not running it. Unless your class does such ungodly damage, you just don't need to catch people. But that's the thing, not all Musas are running ignore KD res. In fact, a lot don't. They run Elcars, obviously. In what world wouldn't you run Elcars? Because it affects everything. Grab classes, their whole identity revolves around that grab, so they are 10 times more likely to be running ignore grapple because it's such a it's a significantly more effective CC. Like you're not trying to make the claim that a grab is on par with a knockdown, are you? Like, you gotta remember, these abilities, like Musa, for example, they also gain significantly more effectiveness if they can pressure your health pool or your forward guard. Instead of just trying to land a KD, where, especially in an environment where everybody is so protected. If you take a look at all the grab classes in the game and all of the non-grab classes in the game, you're gonna see a massive disparity between the ones... The grab classes are going to be running ignore grapple significantly more often than the non-grab classes are going to be running like ignore KD or ignore stun and stiff and stuff like that. So to try to imply like there is a parallel there is completely disingenuous and obnoxious. You're just typing for the sake of typing because you're upset right now. Yeah, classes that can kill people standing can opt out of Elcars. It's still a pretty nasty trade-off, but... The difference is, grab goes through protections. I don't have to explain how grabs work to you. Yes, every CC does get more effective with removal of resistances, but grabs specifically even more because they ignore 2 out of 3 of the protection. There is nothing wrong with making it so classes with ranged grabs need to know the matchup better and not just fucking willy-nilly press E every time it's off cooldown. Because that's what Awakening Sages are doing right now. That's what Hashes do. That's what Lawns do. They press E every time it's off cooldown because they can do that shit so fast and get out of it, especially Awakening Sage, that you're not ever intentionally being punished for, only accidentally. Because it's so goddamn fast. If you want more skill expression on Awakening Sage again, you will be happy about this buff. Because what this will mean is you will need to know your opponent's animations and abilities better and their kit, so you're not just wasting your grab for no reason. You are waiting for those opportunities. That's a good thing. But right now, Awakening Sages can just press E every time it's off cooldown with a reasonable success. We are moving in a direction when a really god player going to be a huge gap with what's going on? Okay. And that's true, right? Sages who know that are going to benefit from it, obviously. But compare all the classes that don't have that luxury. That's where the problem is. The people who don't know what to grab or where to grab and they just press E every time it's off cooldown and they have success with it on those classes. That's the problem. Guess what? The people who already know the matchups and know when to grab, they're going to be fine. This will disproportionately affect the people worse. Like, the people who will feel the nerf the most are the ones who just press E every time it's off cooldown because it's so free to just throw it and so hard to get punished for doing it at a bad time. Those are the ones that are going to get punished more. I'm telling you, it's not that big of a deal. It's better for the game overall. And yes, there's other things with other grabs that are BS. Like, I don't think Zerkers should have a grab window. But the removal of click to move is certainly going to affect their effectiveness of landing grabs. They're not going to make it a whole section, a whole second. Oh my god. They are not going to make the animation a whole second. That is ridiculous. Yeah, double cast bar for grab. It'll be something along the lines of like when you, like the example you chose. Remember when we were talking about that bug with Awakening Sage grab? Like if you try to grab off of a Divine Executioner, there's a bit of a delay there, right? That's what you will see. Not this bullshit where off of like, and we're assuming the bug doesn't exist. I know the bug exists and it fucks up our grab off of our fast cancels, but any of our abilities with the fast cancel probably are going to lose that fast cancel. Same thing with hash. You know how if the weapon is in the right hand or what the correct hand, when I say right hand I meant correct. If their weapon is in the correct hand, they grab faster, they're probably going to remove that, right? That's the type of thing they're going to do to range grabs. They're not going to add a whole second to the animation. In what world would you ever be able to land a grab with how fast everybody's abilities are? The only thing that you'd ever be able to land a grab on is abilities like Dimensional Compression. I suspect it'll be something like that, maybe even a 1/10 of a second longer than that. That's why I'm saying I think you're blowing it completely out of proportion, because I think that amount of time, right? Like if you're doing this and grabbing, that is significantly easier to punish. Unless the person knows what they're doing, right? Like if you see an Awakening Sage all of a sudden throw a staff up in the air and Riftstorm and you're already starting your Divine Executioner, you're going to go there and you're going to grab them for it, right? But you're not just going to willy-nilly throw it at somebody every time it's off cooldown. I'm telling you, it's going to be much better for the game. I think the people who are upset about it are blowing it massively out of proportion. And once again, you won't have to worry about resists. Or you'll have more damage if you're already running Ignore. You won't have to run those Ignores anymore. One thing I wondered with, too, with all of the extra accuracy they're adding, I wonder if part of that is because people probably won't run Elcars anymore either, right? So everybody's going to have a drop in accuracy there, which now means they have to either choose, if they want that accuracy back, then they need to do a... God, I just lost my train of thought because Biceptinus just hit a Pen Black Star. Holy fuck, what was I saying, chat? Oh, yeah. Watch them add accuracy to Elcars? No, I can't see them doing it. Well, I mean, you never know. But the main reason people run Elcars isn't for the accuracy. It's for the ignore res, right? Down attack damage to Elcars? That would make Elcars pretty useful, right? That would actually be kind of an interesting way to go about it. I think that'd be a cool thing to do. Because Elcars are very obviously for PvP and landing CCs so you can combo. And down attack is also a very combo-specific stat. So that would be a cool compensation if they did decide to do that to Elcars. Because then it kind of keeps Elcars for the same specific purpose. And I am hungry. Only problem is if I eat now, it's going to be like a super early lunch, brunch. Then I'm going to be super hungry before dinner. What's this? Oh. Lawn dead, state of lawn. This is talking about the grab, isn't it? If your class's whole identity is designed around one ability, like grab, let me rephrase that. If your class is designed around a grab, then there's a problem with your class. That doesn't mean you should keep the grab. That means they need to address the grab and solve the other problems. I'm gonna watch it though. Maybe that's not what he's saying. Yeah, I have it playing. I'm gonna listen to it. We'll see. He wastes like the first minute and a half just talking about nothing related to the video. Who gives a fuck what your add-ons are and what you place? Just make a point. This is already annoying me, this video. Just a bunch of fucking peacocking.
Have you ever had a dream that
No, what's up, Kazara? Okay, this video.
No,
get the
did
fuck
someone say peacock?
Why is he showing combos now? Just talk about what you feel the problem is. %. A lot of the same things he's saying right now that, like, in terms of his role in an AOS match, also applies to, like, so many other classes. Yes, modern classes are significantly faster than some older ones. That is not just something that's exclusive for LAN to deal with. That's not an issue with LAN, that's more of an issue with them making some classes just too quick. Oh my god! He's talking about his placements again! Get your head out of your own ass! Holy fuck, just talk about your point! Holy crap, he spent the first minute and a half just fucking peacocking, and then he starts talking about where he's like the playstyle of LAN and AOS, so it's like, okay, he's trying to add some context here, maybe this will be important later. And then he goes back to talking about his fucking placements again. Shut up! Holy fuck, I'm getting so bored of this video already. I'm 3 minutes in now, and there's fucking nothing. No substance. Now he's talking about how there's lots of sages. Yes, we get it. Sages are a problem. Okay, I can't watch the rest of this. I'm sorry. I can't. It has nothing to do with the title of the video. I cannot watch a single minute more of that. Because I am not going to deal with a 13 fucking minute video that probably has 1 minute of him complaining about having his grab nerfed and mouse to move nerfed. No, I'm not doing it. I am not getting baited into wasting my time like that. Adapt or move on. That's what I'm going to say to him. Hey, what's up, Bingy? Good morning. Who are we talking about? Oh, no, just, Brony put out a video, and it was apparently his take on the Heidel Ball, and according to Kaj, or at least that's how it seemed to be framed, that it was going to be, like, his complaints about how his... What was the title of the video again? How he'll be dead? Awaken Lon is dead? One second, let me scroll back up. Lon dead, question mark? State of Lon, thoughts on Heidel Ball. So I guess he's posing a question, he's not making a statement. But even still, it's like... I can't deal with the first 3 minutes of it being just fucking posturing. It's like, yes, we understand. If you have a name for yourself, you have a name for yourself. People know who you are. You shouldn't have to sit there spending however much time talking about how good you are or whatever, how you place. Let your reputation speak for itself. If your reputation doesn't speak for itself, then your reputation isn't as good as you think it is. So spending that much time, and I'm not saying he's a bad Lon, he's obviously very good, but god damn, spending that much time is just fucking annoying to me. Let your reputation speak for itself, and then let your points speak for themselves. But it sounds like he's trying to create this situation where he's trying to, like I said, peacock, and build himself up to try to make it so people, like... I don't know.
Hi guys, welcome to my video about how Lan is dead. But first...
A 13-minute video in the first
Look at the size of this thing like a horse.
Was just spent peacocking. I can't do it. I can't watch the rest of that video. That's already 1/4 of the video dedicated to just talking about himself. I can't watch it. I can't. What's a peacock? A peacock is the type of bird that it looks kind of plain on the ground, and then all of a sudden, when it's trying to attract attention of a mate, it puts out its tail feathers, and it's a giant, really big, colorful fan that is impossible to ignore. That's what he's doing, is he's extending his feathers, trying to draw attention to himself specifically instead of his points. You can leave if you want, Toast Malone. I was asked my opinion on it, and I gave my opinion on it. If you don't like it, how about you calm down and get the fuck out? If you have to spend 1/4 of your video just gassing yourself up, you've already lost me. Let your points stand for themselves. You are calm? You're not calm enough to shut the fuck up and recognize this is my channel and not yours. I'll speak however the fuck I want. For real though, if you have to spend 3 minutes of your freaking 13-minute video gassing yourself up, and he was probably going to go on even longer than that, what the hell are you even talking about? He's just going to take that? Yeah, he is going to take that because he's a bitch. He has just these one-off little comments. He has nothing else. He has no fucking substance. That's why he's sitting there on the internet doing it. Yeah, tell him, Cadge. You wouldn't take that. Cadge, you fucking thrive on chaos. You're a bitch too. Where's Howie at? I feel like Howie would be just salivating right now too. Nah, I just have little patience for people who are just... They spend all their time gassing themselves up, like for some reason it makes their points better. Yes, people will be more inclined to listen to your points if you have more of a reputation behind you, but that's it. That doesn't make your points right. So I'm already so uninterested in listening to him gas himself up. There's like a bird flying by my window nonstop. Did you have a video? I probably didn't watch it, because if you spent all that time gassing yourself up, if you're spending all that time gassing yourself up and you're trying to make a montage and whatever, that's kind of par for the course. I think montages are lame as well. But when you're trying to actually make points, trying to oppose things that are happening to the game that in general are objectively good overall, maybe they affect some classes poorly, but obviously those classes need to be addressed. But if you're trying to advocate that for some reason the game shouldn't move forward in a better direction because of your own personal the personal issues with your class, that everybody else needs to continue to suffer with this shit, like, it's just lost on me. It just comes off as super selfish to me. And then when you spend that much time just fucking peacocking, it comes off extremely narcissistic. Can I cry about my awakened Zerk in your ears like he did? The thing is, I fully, like, I 100% think that the classes that use lots of click to move obviously need compensation. 100% need compensation. That type of argument is not lost on me. But to think that the rest of the game has to deal with that desyncy bullshit, which they clearly can't fix, otherwise they would have. It's been on their radar for years. They were planning on removing click-to-move like 6 years ago because of the desync.
Remember, Confucius says man who has big gassing has heavy flatulence.
Big true. So yeah, those classes obviously need compensation, but to expect the rest of the player base that have to deal with that shit to just say, no, you gotta deal with it, it's just fucking obnoxious. Oh, you got a 35-minute video? I'm sorry, I'm already clicking off that. 35 minutes? You think I have the attention span for that? I don't even want to watch the first 10 seconds. Who the hell's putting out 30-minute videos like anybody cares about a fucking documentary about them? You're a guy on the internet playing video games. Ain't nobody want to dedicate 35 minutes of their time watching some stupid video of you. You spent like 30 seconds? Insane Awakened Sage Solaire Analyzation. Okay, let's see. Let's watch the first minute. Well, I say let's, but I'm going to watch it myself. You guys got to click it yourself if you want to watch it. So the thing about this too is it's about intent. The intention of your video, and you say it right at the beginning here, is you got people asking you, hey, how are you making Awakened Sage work so well? Can you put out a video? We want to see it. This is about Awakening Sage. For you to sit there and then spend this much time, like you spend very little time talking about yourself. But you basically say, yeah, people are asking me, so, you know, that's basically the intent of this video. It makes sense. It's within the context of the video. But to spend 3 minutes of a 13-minute video just constantly gassing yourself up, there was like a 20-second window there where it started to make a little bit more sense. I was like, okay, maybe there's some context in here. He's talking about how, like, Lon's role in AOS. Okay, this might add some sense to the future points he's making. And then he immediately goes back to being like, see, look at me, look how well I performed, everybody. Everybody, you see this? Solaire Incarnate. Hey, everybody, you see this? It's like, oh my god, get to the goddamn point. That doesn't matter. I think we summoned Howie. You want to look at me? No, you don't want to look at me. What I want to do is I want to look at a fucking bowl of cereal or something and stuff it in my face.
So, Pearl Abyss responded regarding the family names. I understand your interest in claiming a specific family name for your account. However, due to privacy and data protection policies, we're unable to modify or transfer names, even if the original account appears to be inactive.pl.
That's interesting. Okay. Well, I wonder why they have that.
Bitch.
I wonder why they have that information on the name change coupon then. If there's no automated policy and they don't do it directly, then who the fuck does do it? Okay, I'm gonna continue watching the video. Maybe he'll make a really good point later. No. This originally got started because of Brony's video. The title of his video is Lawn Dead, ? State of Lawn, Thoughts on Heidel Ball. I just like so much of the beginning of this video just feels like I want to hear the actual points. Okay, he talks about Shy. How everybody's so hard to grab because they're so fast because of Shy. We all acknowledge that Shy is a problem. Shy is absolutely a problem. This isn't something that's exclusive to lawns, so far this just doesn't feel like it. To try to imply that this affects range grabs alone, to me is a stretch. It affects all classes trying to land grabs, not just range grabs. And it affects all CCs. Having all that extra speed means gaps are smaller. It means people reposition quicker. It isn't even something exclusive to grabs. Okay, 4:50. 4 minutes and 50 seconds into it, it feels like we're finally getting into the meat and potatoes of what he's about to say. We're a third of the way into the video, beyond a third of the way, actually. Almost halfway. About 40%. So, right off rip, he says, removement of mouse removal is a horrible change. That is a lawn Zerker take right there, if I ever heard one. That positively affects so many more classes. So many more classes in the game are affected positively than the two that are affected negatively. What if they fix the desync? What do you think they've been trying to do for the last 6 years? They were going to remove mouse moves 6 years ago. Obviously, if they could fix the desync, they would have. But there's clear engine limitations. Oh my god. Also, you're never going to completely fix desync. Desync is largely a latency thing. And unless you have everybody living within a small area of each other, all on like really good internet, you're never gonna fix desync. It's a physics problem. You figure out how to ignore physics, you can fix desync. The only thing we can do is steps to minimize it. And clearly, removing most move is one of those steps to minimizing it. There is no shot he's comparing updating graphics in a game to trying to fix something like desync. There is no shot. Oh my goodness. They clearly can't. He says here too that they made their own engine. They made the game from scratch, implying that they can fix desync because they did that. If they could just magically fix everything with their engine, why the fuck would they start making a brand new engine? Are you kidding me? They understand that there's limitations with what they currently have, and that's why they're making the Black Space engine for Crimson Desert and their future IPs. It's because they understand they've reached the limitations of their engine. A quadrillion-dollar company. This man just said PA's a quadrillion. Okay, I understand he's being purposely hyperbolic here, but like, seriously, people vastly overestimate how much money PA has. They do not remember that PA was an indie company before Black Desert. I do not understand why people will try to hold... Like, even people these days are like, understand how shit Blizzard is. And that is a company that's been making many different products over a long period of time. And they try to... Some people in the BDO community, it feels like they're trying to hold BDO, Pearl Abyss, to that standard. They clearly do not understand the history of Pearl Abyss. And then his point is that's not an argument. He has no point to make. He just says that's not an argument. His argument against your argument is that your argument's not an argument. That's his argument. Holy fuck. This is a lawn player through and through. Are you kidding me? See, and this goes back to my original point why I was getting so heated, is the fact that he spent the first 3 minutes just posturing. Like I said, peacocking. I understand you want your you want to use your reputation to try to get people to take your video more seriously. I get it. But your reputation should speak for itself. Otherwise, it's not a reputation. So the fact that he spent 3 minutes hyping himself up showed me that he wasn't... If he can't let his reputation speak for itself, he's certainly not going to let his points speak for themselves. And I am immediately proven right in that suspicion when he says his argument that PA can't fix it is because they can fix it. And to say that they can't fix it is just wrong because he said so. Oh my god. Fuck, man. I hate people who argue like this. Like, why do they think that this is okay? He's saying nothing. He's just saying he doesn't like it. I don't like it and they should fix it. I don't care if they can't fix it. I don't think they can't fix it. And because I don't think they can't fix it, that means they can't fix it. So don't even try to argue with me. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now he gets into a good part. I like this. Now he's like, okay, if most move is removed, these are the things that I want for lawn. I think this is a more constructive part of the conversation. Maybe he will redeem himself in the second half, because we're almost halfway into the video now. I do agree. Classes that are heavily reliant on mouse move need compensation. So, things like his flying, he wants it to turn quicker in the air. I hope he doesn't want it to like snap to the camera, but I definitely agree that they should reduce the turn radius, right? They should make it turn quicker. But if he thinks that it should directly follow your camera and you can do 180s in the air like this, nuh-uh. But he hasn't said either of that. I'm going to assume that he's being more reasonable and he just wants it to be a little bit sharper than it currently is if you don't use click to move, and I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Another PvP baby crying and rejecting that his game is nothing but a grinding and gooning simulator. I mean, have you seen the new summer outfits? Let me put you back in your car.
Shut up. Wait. Yeah, no, he lost me instantly at 7 minutes and 16 seconds. He says what I had a feeling he was going to say, but I didn't want to put it on him. He said that the mouse, his flight should instantly follow his camera at all times. Nuh-uh. No, thank you. Are you fucking kidding me? That should not happen. What? It needs to be improved over what it is, but always immediately following your camera? Nuh-uh. He's commenting here now about range grabs and how he's trying to say that adding a delay to Lon's range grab is going to be a problem because there's these other really fast melee grabs that exist. Like Zerker, Ranger, Tamer. He's talking about one. Sorry, 1 second, I got an interruption here. Okay, so he's talking about those grabs, But he's also saying, like, my grab is really hard to land already on really, really fast classes. That's the fucking problem. The fact that you're constantly trying to grab fast classes and you're having reasonable success with it. That's not a problem that's exclusive to ranged grabs. That's all grab. That's all grabs are having a difficult time trying to grab these faster classes. The fact that you feel like you should be able to grab people while they're constantly moving around instead of waiting for a proper opening is the problem they're trying to address. You should have to wait for a class to go into an ability that you know that if they linger in it, even if they can cancel out of it, if they linger in it too long, you punish them for it, or if they put themselves in a locked animation at the bad time, then you punish them for it with the grab. Those are good times to grab people and reasonable times, because on both ends, it feels like, okay, I knew when to throw the grab, and I obviously got rewarded for it. And even on their end, they're like, shit, I shouldn't have lingered that there, or I shouldn't have used that ability there, right? There's this feedback on both ends where people know that they did something well or they did something poorly, and something they can improve upon. But when you're just willy-nilly throwing your range grab when people are moving like crazy around you, and you're having reasonable success with it, it means your grab's bullshit. I'm watching a video of Alon right here talk about how dead his class is going to be when they add a delay to ranged grabs and remove mouse to move. That for some reason the rest of the game and everybody else in the game should deal with a shittier quality product just to cater to them. That's what I'm hearing from this video. Okay, now he's saying something that's super true, that a lot of people disregard when it comes to how... When you look at why some classes are given ranged grabs, it's about their movement. The way they move around, right? And it looks like he understands that. There's a lot of people who don't understand that. But once again, that's not justification. Like, that's perfectly reasonable to be like, okay, give that class a range grab for that reason. Because without that movement, because their movements are in very specific bursts, you're never going to be able to actually... It's going to be super difficult to land yourself directly beside a target for a melee grab. But to now act, because of that existing, that your grab should also be insanely fast, and... be difficult to punish on top? No, you already got one advantage of it. Why should you have multiple advantages stacked on? He keeps referencing Zerkers here too, and their grabs. And a lot of the time, their grabs feel like BS because of mouse to move. They're being affected by this too. So, like, trying to frame all of this in, like, a Lon versus Zerker context. It's like, we don't, like, yes, these changes are going to affect you, but it's also affecting the thing that you're complaining about. Which is exactly part of the reason why they need to do it. A lot of these complaints that he has with Suck Zerker, or Zerker in general, and their grabs, has a lot to do with mouse move. It goes to show how important this change is. It's almost like he's making a counterpoint and not even realizing it. Tamer pole jump is crazy. It's melee and no mouse movement. It is crazy. But you can actually see when they start their pole vault. And guess what? Once their pole vault's down, you don't have to worry about them doing it again until it's available again. You see them stick the end of their pole in the ground, get ready to start moving. Don't wait until they're in the air to start moving. By then it's too late. Oh my god. He makes a point, and then at the end of his point, he goes, so this is the situation with this, and this is why it's bullshit, and guess what? I'm right. He says that. I'm right. That's his argument for his point at the end is I'm right. The implication of arguing like that is you're now saying that anybody who disagrees with you is objectively wrong. Who he's shitting on? Brony right now. Like, his video is, like, so obnoxious. And he's a good lawn. He's a good lawn. I'm not trying to say by any means he's not a good lawn. He's obviously a very good lawn. But, like, just his argument style, you can tell is extremely biased. And just a lot of posturing in it. There's a lot of ego in the way he makes this whole video. With him spending the first 3 minutes just posturing about his success and how good he is, and then, like, after every point, basically saying, I'm right. There is a lot of ego in this man. Okay, to conclude, though, this video so far has gone exactly how I had figured it would go. Hey, sometimes you say dumb shit? Absolutely, and I'll get called out on it. I expect you guys to call me out on it. Doesn't mean I didn't say dumb shit, though. Imagine, I don't know if you're still here, Kaj, or any Awakening Sage. Imagine how good the Divine Executioner core would be if you could actually mouse move that. If you could just pick where you would land with mouse move. Oh my god. Oh, the Divine Executioner core would be sick. No. But it's clear that Zerker shouldn't, right? And that's why they're getting rid of it. They understand that this creates problems. Yeah, that was a lawn take if I ever saw one. Because think about this road we go down, right? When he tries to make the argument, well, I use click to move when flying, and therefore, if they remove click to move, they should make it so my flying stays going in my camera instantly, like perfectly all the time. It's like, well, now we're heading back down the same fucking road. Well, if we're gonna do that, then why don't we do the same thing with Awakening Sage? Impaling Flash should also do the same thing. I should be able to do this and flip my camera around and get behind people. It's like, no, they're trying to fucking stop nonsense like that. There's no doubt that it needs to be compensated for sure, right? It obviously needs to be compensated, but to think that it needs to stay snapped to your camera the whole time, perfectly? I'm hungry. I think that's why I'm so angry, chat. I need to eat some food. Maybe I'll have an early lunch. I did 45 minutes of yapping there.
Hi, Hungry and Wobbs.
Why do I feel like I'm the only person in this game capable of advocating nerfs for their own class? Maybe I'm the idiot. Maybe I need to cut that shit out. You said it!
Zethian, I am easily the most humble person I know.
Oh, shit. I've been watching too much pirate software, I guess. Yeah, no, you're right. There are other people who advocate for nerfs. It just feels like so uncommon, though. There's so many people who, like, will just fight tooth and nail to never ever get nerfed, even when there's glaring problems with their class. And you know what I see? When I see something that's broken about a class, is I see something that's holding that class back from being more fun. I see something that now every time they make a development decision about the class, they have to consider that bullshit thing existing, and it limits their ability to buff or improve anything else in the game about that class. So when I see something bullshit about my class, I don't just see, okay, well, if they nerf it, they're going to get weaker. But I look at it as now there's an opportunity to improve other areas of that class to make it feel more rounded and less linear. Less of a one-trick pony, you know? If your class is designed around one thing existing and one thing alone, your class has a design problem. That thing needs to be addressed so they can improve other things. Is that such a is that a bad take? Yes, shut up, Gulperton. You're just being contrarian right now. It's a good take. See, that's much better. I like him. You could learn a lot from him, Gulperton. Oh, class design is definitely complicated, right? Absolutely. There's no doubt in that. You don't even know that word? What? Good or take? Yeah, and I'm good with that too, Divios. And I try to say this all the time: is if you want class identity, you obviously need classes to be strong in some areas, but they need to come with trade-offs. And I feel like that's where, like, if you take a look at some of the most broken classes in the history of BDO, it wasn't that they were super strong in areas. It's the lack of weaknesses in others. Like Awakened Drac when it was busted, it was had insane movement, good catching, good trading, good sustain, reasonably tanky. There was no trade-off. Awakening Sage, the same deal right now. You used to have this stamina trade-off, and you weren't really great at trading. You had a couple abilities that could apply some pressure, but you typically had to catch. But you didn't have like Impaling Flash to just feed you catches the way it currently does. You had to actually go try to get behind people's forward guards or land the grab, right? But it feels like they have no weakness anymore. There's no trade-off for the strength it has. Who, who? Oh, already gone. That fucking spoiler. Yo, that is sick. Are you kidding me? Jesus, that is funny as hell. I don't know what my wife would do if I attached something like that to the back of our vehicle. You think? How you think that? You guys think that'd look fine on an SUV? I like the big old cracks in the bumper too. Yeah. I think Impaling Flash needs to go. I don't know what they do. They're trying to give all Awakenings one natural protected CC. I don't know what they do because we have so much shit in our kit that could be bullshit too, right? I do think that we shouldn't have the Impaling Flash knockback. I actually think that they thought that that would be weaker than putting a forward guard on a Tor's Spear. But this ability, if this had a forward guard, would be way easier for people to punish. This is, you just can't punish this. You can't punish it. They could maybe put like a stiff on Chain Lightning, but I mean now that basically turns it into a mini lightning prison core. Every time you throw that into a ball of people, it's just gonna stiff people. You could put a forward guard on Shock Relay, but a forward guard stiff on a 3-second cooldown, like no shot. They would have to increase the cooldown of that. If you could spam that thing every 3 seconds trying to stiff, like that would be just bullshit too. That would be so fucking strong. If they gave this a CC, just a natural bound, I mean that could be okay, but then they would have to rework this core to something else. Because that's effectively what that core does. You obviously can't give Spearbolt or Aftershock a natural CC. That would be just as busted as Impaling. Same with Judgment, you can't do that. Same with Divine Executioner. Maybe not as much with Divine Executioner, because it's tricky to land behind people, but you do catch people off guard with it. We asking for Awakened Sage buffs now? No, I'm talking about nerfs. I'm talking about removing this fucking nonsense. Yeah. So, Divios. Right now, we have 3 abilities. Well, more than that. We have Lightning Surge, Bolt, and Radiant Annihilation, which you never really use that into a grab anyway, so that one doesn't really matter, that cancel. But you have those 2 abilities and Impaling Flash, where, like, watch how fast the grab comes out, right? Like, that shit is super fast. What I think they're going to do, this is my prediction, is they're going to remove all 3 of those really fast, like, abilities that go really fast into the grab, which inadvertently will fix the bug with those abilities into the grab. But they're going to make it more like Judgment into grab, right? Where I'm holding E right now, and then the grab comes out like that, right? There's that little bit of a delay. It doesn't instantly come out super fast off those abilities. That's what I suspect they'll do, and I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah. It's the same thing with Lightning Surge too, right? Lightning Surge, you can come out of Rift and be like, and super fast grab. And you're instantly protected even if you fail. It means people can't intentionally punish those grabs. It's something that it happens so fast that you only accidentally punish it. Which means that it gives the Sage the luxury of just throwing that shit every time it's off cooldown because it's so difficult to punish if you do it at a bad time. I think the only class that has SA on grab a grab attempt is Nova, because their grab is actually a movement ability if it misses, because it hits the ground and it pulls them forward. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure they're SA and then the back end's unprotected. Oh, did they fix that? Okay. They changed that then, so disregard that. If that's the case. I haven't been on my Nova in forever. I want to go make some food, though. I am so fucking hungry right now. Yeah, Strikers has a built-in iframe where if it misses with the one grab, it'll do like a little jump back iframe. Oh, I don't have a weapon on here. I have this. I need a main hand. What's the main hand called again? Morningstar, right? Yeah. Did I? I think I need a shield too. I haven't actually played this. Wait. Oh, yeah, the old potions. That's why it wasn't working. Do I need the shield for it? Oh, WE. Okay. It's not working. Yeah, it must be a shield thing. Wait. WE's not working. Are you sure it's W or is maybe it is SE? No. Oh yeah, that's the throwing your little dude out. What's the name of the grab? What the fuck am I doing wrong here? You said punishing trap? Maybe that is it. Oh, I guess that is it. Yeah, it was unprotected. On attempt. God damn, her booty though when she runs. Oh my goodness. I remember her having another ability. Was it WC? No. Backseat? No. Oh, that was right. That's a little backstep iframe. Wait, she can do this non-stop? Oh, a little bit unprotected. Well, it's the hints, Slushy, before they grab. If you wait until you start seeing the grab animation, yeah, it's usually too late. It's the posturing some classes will do leading up to the grab. That is the giveaway. Okay, get ready to try to punish this, right? You see them do that precursor movement, then you do your counter movement, and then get ready to try to throw to the punish at that point. But if you wait for just the grab animation itself, then that's like too late with damn near every grab. That's one thing that made Deadeye really, really good at that too. Because back when you had the run and gun stiff, you were just throwing that shit all the time while moving. So if they ever tried to do that as you were running and gunning, they were damn near guaranteed to get punished. Because it was just like stiff, 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 reload, stiff, 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 stiff. Oh, knockback. Sorry, not stiff. You're right. Okay, I need some fucking food though. Yeah, the SR&B stun, but it's not as like I don't find it as crazy as run and gun. Because that shit, they move a little bit, or no, maybe that's the WF. I think both have a stun. I can't remember. But it definitely doesn't seem as ridiculous as the other one. But it is a better CC for sure. Obviously, stunning is better than a knockback. What do you mean? These new classes just don't CC anything? Yeah. Well, this is my worry too, Divios, and I said this right away, like back at the Calpheon Ball when they said that they were going to consider removing resists. I was like, what this probably means is if they remove resists, they might make everybody even more protected. It's gonna just they're slowly gonna push the game into more and more of just do you have more gear than the other person? Then after that it's just about properly rotating your iframes and your forward guards. But just otherwise killing each other standing. It feels like we're just constantly moving in that direction, and the removal of resists doesn't mean people are going to get caught more. It just means that they got more gaps to close. At this point, I can't. The only class I could think of that would actually be complete bullshit with a grab is actually Suck Sage, because they could actually have a full protection on their grab coming out of Rift. But like the old argument, like, what if Musa had a grab? They're too fast. It's like, well, now we have like so many other classes that are just as fast or faster that have a grab. So like, yeah, E-buff grab. Like Suck Sage would probably be the most broken class with a grab. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go figure out something to eat. Ooh-wee. Look at this lunch, you guys. Now I'm in my happy place. When it comes to eating, is my camera in the right spot? It is. Look at this shit. Bowl's hot. Nice little bowl of ramen. Got some eggs, some seaweed. There's some sesame seeds, peppers, green onions. Mmm. Oh, bon appetit. I don't want to be like, who was that? Tyler One, who fucking dumps all of his food onto his desk. A bowl of vomit for lunch? What do you mean a bowl of vomit? Is it homemade? Nah, it's the 99-cent ramen packet, but I chop up all my own veggies and stuff and put it in there. I put a little bit of turmeric and some hot sauce and some sesame oil in with the broth, though, to kind of level it up, you know? And then the soft-boiled eggs, unfortunately, actually stepped out for like 30 seconds. I was like, oh, fuck my eggs. So they're not as soft as I would like. One of these days, though, I need to just get some pork bones and stuff and just spend the day making my own pork broth and freeze it in batches. So I can actually just make like 100% my own ramen. But that shit takes some time to do it right. I've actually never tried putting turmeric in here before, though. I was feeling creative today. Budget Awakened Drac? Is that what we're calling Wukong? Budget Awakened Drac? I know. Devios, I kind of miss the days when everybody didn't play Awakening Sage. I'm not going to lie. I wish it had more people back then, but now it's just like fucking everybody and their mamas. You just spam fully protected movement, and then you just press E in there whenever you want. You outstam most classes. You're constantly healing while doing it. Like, sure, you're squishy, but what's the squishy in its matter if nobody can touch you and you're constantly healing? Yeah, everybody's going to be on my savior soon. My joke, fuck you. It's because you're predictable. You were fighting Zach some more last night? What was the realization? Just keep moving in 90-degree angles and you can never get touched. The clip you posted, where'd you post it? Let me scroll up. Why? Let's see. What? God damn. Am I a Wukong? Am I a Wukong? I think I'm a Wukong, chat. I don't know how many times I said that if they do the wrong buffs on Awaken stage, it's going to become busted. I don't know how many fucking times I said that. I don't recall that. Shut up, John. Yeah, you do. Yeah. Yeah, Suck Striker's a class where you got to change a lot of things. Where Awakening Sage, it had the foundation. It already had a lot of good things going for it. Like, Awakening Sage was a strong class, even before the buffs. It's just they removed the weaknesses and then made it even stronger. Well, I'm just talking about the last set of changes. I think before the most recent PvP buffs, Awakening Sage was fine in PvP. It needed a couple little like bug fixes and tweaks, but otherwise it was fine. I mean, you were pulling 3K with it in AOS before these recent buffs, right? They just dumbed it down. When you don't have to manage stamina, it makes the class a lot easier, right? When you're now fully protected, it makes the class a lot easier. When, while being fully protected, you can kill a lot of people just standing and not even worry about a catch. Yeah, it makes the class easier. Exactly, right? It needed quality of life, not buffs. Oh, he's not your boy anymore. You got a new boy in town. And this one's not monkeying around. Get it? Because he's not actually a monkey like everybody wanted. I'm so funny. I'm so clever. Okay, we are done eating. That was delicious. That was delicious. When's the pig cave supposed to open today anyways? Estimated in approximately 2 hours. Actually, it could open in as early as an hour. Excuse me. Pretty Boy Edition? Yeah, and without the click to move. Like, Currently, I think Sageguide does everything an Awakened Striker does, but better. Except for maybe jumping up on top of things. But like with the removal of click to move, I think it's going to bring Zerker potentially down, Zerker down potentially closer to the Striker. No, I didn't sell the trash. You actually think the opposite? Really? You think Zerker's a better Striker's a better Zerk? Like I swore I used to hear you say the opposite. I'm really curious with how good... There's always been this misconception with gauntlets that they are evasion classes, and people don't realize that, you know, they'll go and they'll put on as much accuracy as possible, and then they still don't do damage to the Striker, and they're like, oh my god, that evasion is busted, but they don't realize that now it's the DR doing the work. And I'm really curious with them combining the armors, and like with how good Striker obviously scales with both evasion and DR. I'm really curious with the combo armors, what that means for gauntlets. I feel like they'll benefit the most from the armors being comboed. A Striker in your guild can kill you through 6 DR stones, maybe because the summons are ignoring DR. Rip Blur, yeah, if they remove it. If they don't remove it, then I think everybody just runs Blur instead of Iron Wall. Because I think it's only a little bit less DR, but a bunch more evasion. And everybody, even in DR builds, are going to have a bunch of evasion now. Although people are going to have more accuracy. I was also thinking about this earlier, Divios, is if they don't compensate Elcars, I don't think Elcars I don't think anybody uses Elcars anymore. So that means people are down another 40 accuracy there. Because you definitely don't run an Elcar over just running a Jin accuracy crystal. But if they don't run Elcars and they drop 40, so then now they're only up 70. And between the boots and the gloves, that's over 70 accuracy. Plus, everybody's getting more reforms, which is more DR and evasion heavy than AP accuracy. So it might be a net gain in terms of survivability. And then if people want to get that accuracy back, they gotta run one more Jin in their build. Yeah, that might be another buff for Awakening Sage coming. They said that they were going to compensate abilities that had, and classes that had Ignore Res and Res in them. Awakened Sage might actually have a Q buff that matters in PvE soon. Yeah, that's true. Damn, Divio's playing 2 classes with 30% SA damage reduction. With them changing that damage reduction to being additive now too, that's a buff to those as well. That means that those buffs are going to be more effective than they previously were. I have a feeling that's where we'll see those, like, mods. All the classes that are in the tank category are going to be the ones that get high damage reduction mods. Could you imagine? They might have exceptions for things like Rift Chain now, right? Specific abilities. I was actually grinding here? No, you weren't. You telescoped to me, Bingy, you liar. Yeah, I don't even know what they do with Upsurge to compensate that. Watch them increase the, maybe they increase the down attack damage on it. Maybe they bump it from 10% to 20%. Yeah, I hope they don't do a rock, paper, scissors thing. If your class just gets countered because it's in the wrong category compared to what you're fighting, that sounds absolutely miserable. And then they add a third tag. So now you just make sure you have one from each category tagged, and you just constantly keep swapping classes based on what who you're fighting. That would be so obnoxiously dumb. It's like, oh, he pulled a rock class. Where's my paper class? Oh, goddamn, he just went scissors. Time to go rock. That'd be so fucking dumb. At that point, you might as well Yar for spot. It could legit go that way. Any plans to deck the main hand? Not anytime soon. There's more pressing things to work on soon. Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. The stats the offhand gives are absolutely insane. Oh, 1 second. I know, that's what we were having a discussion about yesterday, Divios. Is I just, at this point, like, I understand what the motive was behind Awakening and Successions and trying to make sure that each class had, like, another flip side of the coin. To kind of, like, if you had, like, a class, like, that wasn't good in large scale, then hopefully the Succession would be, right? But it's clear that no matter how well they do that, people are never going to interpret that system that way anyways. So at this point, I feel like they should just actually just rip apart every class into two and just make them all Ascensions. And then do the appropriate names. And then, like, if you already play one of the existing, just offer, like, some quest where you get to pick or something. It seems like as time goes on, there's less and less of the traditional style of classes, and they just keep doing more and more Ascensions. Because it's obviously way easier to design when you don't have to think about, oh, okay, well, how is this main hand going to, you know, feel with this spec versus that spec? Well, we can't make it too strong for this spec because it'll be way, way too strong for that spec. Imagine if one day they did that for a reboot. If you play Sage, they're gonna give you the ability to pick either Awaken or Suck. And then it'll split it into two. Yeah, exactly, right? They try so hard to keep the Awakenings out of the main hands that, like, at that point, you might as well just have made it an Ascension class. Even Awakening Sage, like, we use so little from the main hand now. It's basically Rift Chain. Rift Chain, sometimes Expansion, sometimes Detonation, sometimes you'll pocket, you'll do a Spatial Collapse to pocket the finishing touch, but that's just for flash and flare. Piano or Punto, never mind. I don't know why I read piano. My brain's not working. And then you have Mystic. Apparently Awakened Mystic uses, like, for grinding, like, only main hand, or a ton of their main hand. Apparently you're griefing if you don't. That's what Multi was saying yesterday. I remember back in the day with some classes you would lock your prime ability. I remember early Suck Warrior. You would actually lock your prime ground smash. Like, that shit was dumb as hell. Did you? Oh my goodness. Is that because of the movement or other reasons? What skill does Guardian lock? Beast Demolisher? Oh, okay. Oh, what I accidentally said lock. I meant unlearn. Like when you choose to use the absolute instead of the prime version. That's what old Suck Warrior used to have to do. Yeah. Yeah, that's silly. What would it need minimum to grind DSR? Oh, I'm not sure. The recommendations in the Monster Zone info is pretty accurate. They do a really good job, so, you know. Just go here, go to Dark Seekers. Some classes can do stuff a little earlier, some can do it a little bit later, so if you're getting close to it, you can always come give it a try. Have fun, ladies. What? You guys put sunscreen on? Yeah, you could bring it with you. Yeah. Yeah. Just make sure you guys don't miss anywhere, right? Spray your hands and rub it on your face. Don't spray right into your face. See you later, ladies. I think we should change the sageguide command to just guide. So many people type guide first. Up on, ladies. Where's your bag? Oh, okay. I know, right? I was thinking the same thing. Maybe they convert. Maybe they convert the normal hammers. Or they have a quest, right? You know how they, with the recent hammers, you have like a box and you get to choose one of the two hammers? Maybe they, instead of giving away a hammer, they'll give away a box and you'll get to choose between a hammer or one of the weekly stones. One of the Adana fragments that you use to click your armor. So every event you'll get some clicks for your Idana armors. Yeah, they will, right? It'll get easier and easier. Idana Part 2 might mean you start getting 2 a week, and then all of a sudden it's half the amount of time. Even if they don't, right? Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're not trying to have this complete, like, slam on the brakes type reaction that completely fucks the people that have it. But even if they don't, right? Like, think about it. The average time to get, like, a full set of deck Idana armors, somebody worked out would be, like, 10 years or something. I guess they're obviously assuming a lot of the enhancement chances based off of what we did see for both Pen and Oct. But, like, assuming the game is alive in 10 years, there's obviously going to be even new armors before then, right? We're not going to go 10 years before we get any more upgrades to this wheel. Sovereign 2? Oh, that's exactly what's going to happen. That's the obvious upgrade path from here, right? They have whatever the new Sovereign weapons are, and then if you have a deck Sovereign weapon, you can exchange it for an Oct of Sovereign 2, and then you get to get a head start from there, right? And they're just going to completely do that over and over and over again now. That seems like the very obvious path they're aiming for. Which, I'll be honest, I personally like that way better than, like, the WoW model, where they release a new expansion, then all of a sudden you're replacing all of your epics with greens. Your epics and legendaries get replaced with green items that are dropping off normal mobs in the first zone. Like, that shit is fucking obnoxious. That's what made me quit WoW. I hated that type of stuff. There needs to be a balance, right? You need to be able to retain some of the work you put into your character and move forward. But it's also a balance, because you got to make sure that new players, they shouldn't have to grind for 10 years to catch up to where you are, because you're now 10 years into the game. That's obviously a terrible model too, right? Because at that point, nobody ever catches up, because, you know, they spent 10 years trying to catch up to where you were, but now it's 10 years later, and now you're still 10 years ahead, right? So there needs to be this balance where You know, old work does get diminished over time, but not instantly overnight. The Sage Guide command not work? What the heck? Come on, YouTube, get it together. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, I agree. I like what they're doing. I personally like more build diversity in games, but I understand from a balancing standpoint, especially when we have as many variables as we have now between different classes and environments. It makes balancing significantly more difficult when you have that many variables. So I think isolating the armors and having more of your differences built into like crystals and stuff that are more swappable, I think that's alright. Yeah, there's been subtitles for months. You could turn them off. But yeah, I've had an extension for months that added subtitles to my stream. Yeah. YouTube and Kick. They're adding that, but apparently they're going to put it behind a paywall. You either have to have turbo or be subbed, which I think is really dumb. Putting all of the conveniences that every platform has for free behind a paywall, I think is going to do more harm to your platform than good. The thing is, right, is innovation kind of leads, right? So if you're a brand new platform and you're the first one to add like a really new convenience, you can put it behind a paywall. And then usually as time goes on, that kind of evolves, right? As other companies adopt that convenience, they put it behind a paywall. Now everybody has it behind a paywall. So now the next step is to make it free for your platform and not have it behind a paywall, so you stay ahead of the competition, right? So usually, the people who are innovating in the market are the ones that get to have that early adopter bonus and make some money off of it, until it becomes like a mainstream thing. But like Twitch is like doing it the exact opposite. Everybody else is doing it, and now Twitch is like, oh, we're gonna do it too, but we're gonna put it behind a paywall. It's like, what do you mean? Everybody's doing it for free. What the hell? That's not how that's supposed to work. The species lightstones, I think they'll still serve some value. Like, we don't know what the new caps are going to look like, and they definitely give big chunks of AP to species damage. So, the species damage artifact sets might be the thing that allow you to grind spots earlier than if you didn't have them. Like if you're just a bit short of the AP and your normal lightstone set doesn't get you, then you can use the species set to get you there. I think they'll still have value. It's just you won't be able to use it to stay in older spots and cheese the caps. It's such a minor amount of silver, too. I'm not even worried about trying to stress about that. I have 2 sets of, like, a lot of them. No. The Garmoth you're putting in your main hand is only going to give AP to your main hand. The Garmoth you already have in your Awakening is now also going to give 3 AP to your Awakening. The main hand isn't giving AP to both. So if for some reason you don't have a Garmoth in your Awakened weapon right now, then you won't get that 3 AP. You know what I was thinking, Divios? I don't know what they're going to do with Orzekia. I feel like people are going to be hitting the cap there pretty soon. Depending on how these changes go, people are going to be standing around waiting for respawns. In some occasions, you're already standing around waiting for respawns at Orzekia. True. Twitch chat stocks are going to go up. Well, we're not getting that monster damage tomorrow. That's not coming until the Sovereign and a lot of these other reworks happen. I'm pretty confident they're removing AP brackets, and then they're going to readjust the scaling of AP and DP. So it makes sense in PvP as well. I don't think it's a coincidence around the same time they removed the ability to see how much, you know, extra AP you're getting from brackets. Yeah, this new system, too, is a new system that won't require them to constantly maintain it and add new brackets. It'll just continue to scale forever now, right? Yeah, you can see the total, but you don't see, like, the incremental step-ups as you step over certain amounts, right? Like, you don't see it, like, in brackets the way it used to. No, they didn't show those stats or anything. I don't remember if they actually showed it in the character sheet. Those brackets were the main reason why Evasion was so busted too, was because since you got so much of that AP at 261, 265, 269, that as soon as you could wear an Evasion offhand and hold that 269 bracket, you could kill everybody, but practically became unkillable. No, they didn't say they were moving brackets. I like the idea of 1 AP being worth more myself, because it makes each AP upgrade actually feel meaningful, where in the past, like, you could get 3 AP and it would feel like nothing changed, and then all of a sudden you get that 4th and all of a sudden it feels insane. I think it made those other 3 steps feel very demotivating, where now every step's gonna be, you're gonna notice a little jump, little jump, little jump. Well, that's how every game will go, right? They'll always just be progressing, and a couple years down the road, 400 will be the new baseline, and then 500. Kind of just the, one of the symptoms of an MMO is, like, one of the main things that differentiates the MMORPG from other games is the fact that it has progression, right? And you gotta, if you're gonna keep people playing in a progression-based game, you gotta make sure that there's always new progression. Oh, my dog wants back in. I think we're just about in window for Pig Cave. Distos were the thing that made this whole problem. Distos, though, I like what they did with those old accessories, because as long as they keep Essences of Dawn required for enhancing stuff, then old accessories will still always have that value of being an item that you try to enhance up to 10 or pin, so you can convert it into Essences. Remember, the whole reason why they had to give Debos a set bonus and made Debos better than every other accessory is because they wanted to make sure that Debo earrings would be better than Disto earrings. Disto earrings are the thing that fucked up the whole gearing situation, because everything after that had to be made with Distos in mind. And guess what? One of the main reasons why distos were actually so much better than debos was actually because of the brackets. Because of the brackets, the AP you got from distos wasn't valued at a 1-to-1 ratio with the DR that you lost. So it was just a massive net gain because of AP brackets. If there were no brackets, then distos and tungrads and all those things would have actually been reasonably in line with each other. Yeah. Well, if they had DR brackets that were the same as AP brackets, then losing that 5 DR from distos would have actually been more substantial. Because then you would have lost brackets with it too, right? I don't know if I'm crazy too, Divios. I need to rewatch it, but I'm pretty sure they commented that they were going to look at the DP crystals too. But they didn't really say much about what they were thinking of doing. I really hope that they stop this 6 DR 6 evasion crystal nonsense, specifically the DR ones, because there is no counter to it. Evasion, at least you can build accuracy to counter it, even though it's super annoying to do it. Yeah, that might be it, right? If you buff everything else, then it's an indirect nerf to what you're not buffing. Yeah, once again, I disagree with that. I think that's a band-aid solution. I don't understand this idea. I think that's what gets us in a lot of these issues that we're already in, is PA, instead of addressing the problem, they try to create a solution to a problem. DR wasn't a problem until people could stack 6 DR crystals for 6 billion silver and become unkillable. Not the DR specifically, that's the problem. It's the, the fact that you can have 6 of those crystals equipped at once. But yeah, it's already supposed to be circular system, right? We already have a counter to it. This is how the system is supposed to work, right? You have AP, which counters, supposed to counter DR, which is supposed to counter accuracy, which is supposed to counter evasion, which counters AP. We already have a circular system. So trying to squeeze another one in there when we already have one that's supposed to do it is just nonsense. The problem is you can get so much DR now that there's not enough AP in the game for the counter to actually counter you anymore. This was like back in the day when you could stack a ton of evasion, but there wasn't enough accuracy in the game to counter you. It was the same fucking problem. But now, instead of it being this end, right, the problem's now at this end. It's kind of funny, the irony, because there was so many people who would bitch and complain about evasion, how that shouldn't be a thing, this is bullshit. And then as soon as DR is able to do the exact same thing evasion was doing, now all of a sudden they're all fine and they're abusing it. People were able to become unkillable in the past too, but another thing was the amount of investment into it, right? When people had to invest $500 billion silver or more to become unkillable just for like a 2-hour window when they're doing Node War and Siege, almost said Nude War, most people don't want to do that. But now you just grab 6 bond crystals off the market for $1 billion silver a pop. It's fucking dirt cheap. Watch them change that 4 AP, or, what is it? Watch them end up changing these crystals to be sheet AP. So you get 4 more per each of these two on top once they remove the brackets. Because now the AP to accuracy trade-off will be even more, right? It won't be 7 sheet minus the 4 non-sheet. It'll actually be 11. I'm really excited though, because it feels like there's so many things right now. There's so many variables where we're not sure what's going on. And there's so much changing that I personally get really excited when the game's changing like that. Yeah, I like shakeups. Yeah, best in guild? Oh my goodness. By the way, Divios, I am more than happy to be your since Roots already took the slot last time, Make sure you put me in for that fourth slot this time. Hey, what's up, Kebab? Do backups get the rewards? Yeah. Roots ended up getting the Arsha weapon. We're getting the Garmoth AP and the Sovereign AP. Yeah, I personally wish that they never did Successions the way they did it. I don't think Successions in general bad. I just think the way they implemented them. I would have preferred if they just created a whole new tab called Succession, and then both kits pulled from there, and then they could make like the Succession tab, you know, be like similar to the Awakening tab. And then they both have access to the Absolute. I think that would have been better too. Trying to keep the Successions in this main hand kit, and then now you have Prime and Absolutes all mixed together, I think was just kind of nonsense. Oh, we are now in window of the pig cave. In fact, you know what, chat? I'm gonna manually open the pig cave for right now. Just 1 second, let me pick up the phone and call Jay. Beep, 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 beep. Ring, ring. Ring, ring. Hello? Hey, Jay, it's me, Zethian. How about opening that pig cave right now, huh? Yes, sir. Right now. Perfect. Thank you, thank you. I am great at accents. My Cho accent sounds Mexican for some reason. I'm happy I've been saving all my Lightstones, though. With the upgraded Lightstones, I have a feeling that we might finally see Lightstones having some value on the market again, at least for a while. The beginning of this song, for some reason, always reminds me of, I can't remember if it's the beginning or some scene during the movie, but the Never-Ending Story. I don't know why. $362 feathers? Oh my god, you might be rich. It is an epic song. I know I said this yesterday when the song came on, but Jack Black recently did a cover of it. Or a bird, yeah. Yeah, so many feathers you'll be a bird, that's right. I've been roughly doing almost half a percentage, no, probably about 0.3 to 0.4% a day. But I've been dummying overnight. I get about 0.1 to 0.2 a day just from grinding, and then like 0.2 a night from dummying. We will break 90% tonight on the dummies. Next month, well, we have a 1000% XP buff going on. I'm hoping to at least hit 95% before that buff is gone. And then it'll probably be like another month after that, to be honest. Although I might just continue dummying until I get it and then go back to fishing. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. Who knows, maybe Idana will finally be like... Maybe when they go through and try to create like this proper progression through grind spots, maybe they'll actually make the more difficult grind spots give more XP. That's definitely an untapped avenue in terms of progression if they ever want to start using it, right? Where they'll start saying, okay, we're going to start making it so you get a little bit more stats when leveling up. And then they just start making spots that give a fuckload more XP. And then assign proper XP values to everything past 66. I'm mainly worried about 67 though, because that's actually one non-sheet AP. 68, once again, is nothing. 60, it's every odd level that's 1 AP. You'll see in the stats window this number right here that says 54. As soon as I hit 67, we'll move up to 55. No, I don't. For me, the best class is the one you enjoy the most. I'm sure. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt they'll nerf Awakened Sage's PV. I think worst case scenario, they completely revert the Awakened Sage buff, PvP buffs, but keep the PvE side of it, which will still end up yielding a bit of a PvP buff over what it was previously. Because obviously shorter cooldowns on a bunch of abilities also means stronger in PvP. But I don't even think that they'll do that. I don't think that they're going to go and completely undo a patch that they did on a class. No, I decided ever since they showed the Idana armors, I've decided that I do not want to buy a Pen Fallen God. Buying a Pen Fallen God before made sense, because we already knew the stats of Pen Fallen God over Tet was very minimal for a massive amount of effort. But if you bought a Pen Fallen God, it was way better than trying to make it yourself, and obviously way better than getting unlucky and pitying it, right? So at least like you were bypassing effort if you bought it for a small amount of stat. But instead of what they ended up doing is adding in a new component, which is time, and then they dramatically reduce the effort. And I can't, that's the biggest thing for me, is I cannot justify giving away effort. I am not throwing away effort. I also think it doesn't make any sense to sell a Pen Fallen God either. Because I think after tax, it's probably a lot more in line with what it's going to cost. I think it's still going to be more expensive, but I mean, you're losing like a couple $100 worth of what the value was, or at least is currently. So if I tapped one, I wouldn't sell it, but I'm certainly not going to buy it either. But you got to think, how much effort is it going to be to get an Oct Idana armor? Well, you do your weekly boss, which you're probably going to be doing anyways, so that doesn't count. So that means you just got to press L, heating, sharp Khafra's Idana fragment, wait for it to process, open the enhancement window, click, and you get it or you don't, right? That's the amount of effort it's going to take each week. It's like no effort at all. So I am just going to make them myself and slowly inch them up. Now, it would be different, right? If maybe it was like you sacrifice a lot of effort by buying a Pen Fallen God and you got a lot of stats, then sure. But it's just the stats are so minuscule. No, tapping Pen Fallen God was never worth it. The only time it was reasonable is with hammers. Because then it was like neither here nor there, right? Ideally, you should have never tapped them. You should have just used it for black stars and sold the black star. But now it's like super griefing. I still use my hammers for it, just for shits and giggles. Mostly laziness. I don't want to make a 10 black star to click. In PvP, obviously, both Splendid and Shining are always better. In PvE, it becomes questionable. If you're hitting the AP caps, then obviously the Splendid and Shining is better than as well, because, you know, the caps don't affect your attack speed. Now, it isn't 24 AP. In the case of a Splendid Stone, it's actually only 21 AP difference, and in the case of a Shining, it's 18 difference. But 18 AP is still a decent chunk, so if it's a spot that's really high DR, then yeah, Vels might be the PvE Elkstone. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. It clearly looks like they want to move away from having, like, gear options where you're swapping. Because, like, take a look at what they're doing with the armors and offhands, right? So I genuinely think that they are going to just make it so you can actually use a Vel to upgrade your other Elkstone and get the 3 AP. That may not come right away, but I think that's going to come later. Yeah, they're going to let us crown Elkstones. That's coming in September. Edana Part 2 will be no sooner than the Calpheon Ball in December. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's not. They've never done content releases that quickly. I hope they do start. I think that's been one of the biggest issues with BDO, is not enough content regularly. So if they could start doing patches like that every 6 months, I think that would be a huge plus for BDO. But yeah, I don't expect it in December. I'm confident it'll be no earlier than December. Wonder what they're giving Protection Stone instead of all res. They might not need to give the Alchemy Stones anything, right? Since they are just flat counters to each other. They technically don't need to compensate either of them. If they remove the ignore off one and the resist off the other, then it's a wash. I think the protection stone, though, is even more useless after these changes. Because attack speed is survivability as well. I think even in your like full DP setups, you run the attack speed stone for the extra attack speed. I've like never used this stone. I have an Exalted Splendid Stone of Protection right now too. And like I've used that thing so little. Like every once in a while, like I want to go rock mode and I put it on, I'm like, holy fuck, I'm playing in molasses. I am so much easier to grab with this stupid fucking thing on. Give me my Splendid Stone back. Yeah, maybe Shy will be the only argument. That maybe. I don't know how attack speed affects like their drumming and getting their spells and their buffs and stuff off. Oh. Wait a minute. If I'm not mistaken, there was somebody who has a blue or a green Shining Life one, if I remember correctly. I guess it's not called Shining. Maybe it was Protection. Wait, where are the other Shinings? I could have swore there was like a green Shining one that sold at one point. Oh wait, that's right. They did say that they're just giving them silver. Oh my god, you're right. I'm about to shove an AC up to your ass. Yeah, is that the most critical part to cool? Out of all the parts of your body you want to cool the quickest, you're going to start with your ass? What is wrong with you? My ass legit rocket? Probably market value? Probably. At that point, you might as well click it. Who gives a fuck if they give you 10 mil back or whatever? You might as well click that shit. Cross your fingers and pray. These are my add-ons. Yeah, we're getting there. Almost at 90%. I'm almost at 10 mil Dark Secret Trash, yeah. I'm at 9.4 here. We actually just crossed the 1 trillion mark worth of trash. %60 of the way to 2 trillion. Wait, is that banging on a striker?
Have you ever had a dream that
Ayo.
you
Naughty? Oh, not elegant. On screen, it looks weird with an all cap. Yo, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it tremendously.
Happy Wednesday, Father.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you too. Oh, God. My favorite grind spot? I don't know. Electrify. I fucking like that. That's funny. It's so big too. Oops. Hey, oh my god, I was just thinking about it. Did I manifest it? I should have been thinking out loud. I literally just had the thought in my head, man, I wish Pig Cave would open. And that shit went bing! I should have thought that out loud. That would have been a great fucking clip. Okay, where am I going? Let me click the other one. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I wish you had some manners too, you fucking dog, you. Oh, it's gonna be a good one. Do they sell on NA? Nope, but I will use them in the future. $67 win and approximately 10.147%. Really just depends on your guild. Having a body there is more important than having an empty spot. I wonder. Yeah, what about you, Kinjara? When are you gonna try that, huh? Got him for you, Zayman. Don't worry, I got your back. F these guys and their damn swords, thinking they have ultimate power. Huh. 53 permabans on Korea. See, they do ban waves. That do. Why do I feel like I'm on my 7th lap right now? What the fuck? Damn! Ouch! Goddamn! Come on, Zayman. Come on. You know, you gotta do that. That's fucked up. Damn, you hit a nerve with Kanjara. He's fucking pissed now. Wait a minute, what do you mean and a job? Kanjara? Explain? Never been fired from... That's better. That's better. I've actually never been fired from a job either. What the fuck is... Coincidence? I get out here and it's nothing but fucking witches? These bosses are so much funner when you have somebody like Eric to kill while you're doing them. I need him to come back and help entertain me while I'm doing these guys. How do you think I feel a witch? Probably with your hands. That's how I'd feel a witch. Now, where I'd feel a witch is a completely different story. I'm gonna barbecue some chicken breasts for dinner. I think I had some corn too. Maybe I'll just do the whole dinner on the barbecue. Barbecue some potatoes, some corn, some chicken. Yum. Lobster too? No, lobster's too expensive here.
Have you ever had a dream?
Oh, Lalavero. Coming in with that prime sub. Thank you so much for that. I think it's about 12 minutes, Stubbs. I mean, we got my my consumables freshly popped, so I should be able to finish it before the demi-human one runs out. The hell? Why did he start running at me so early? What a bitch. He's gonna add like another 5 seconds to this shit. By the way, what are the stats of the new artifacts, you guys? Dekia upgrade, artifact upgrade. Is that what it is? Is it an upgraded Dekia? Did all they do is add 6 AP to Dekia artifact? Gotcha. Maybe it will be time to get rid of Kabuas. I wonder if they'll use Kabuas to upgrade to help stop the market from completely crashing. They're your DR and evasion artifacts. Kabua is 7? No? It is, yes. But monster AP isn't at a 1-to-1 ratio of regular AP, if I'm not mistaken. I believe even monster AP is still slightly disvalued. But even then, 2 AP for the a significant chunk in DR, because we know monster DR and normal DR aren't at a 1-to-1 ratio. In fact, I think it's like a 3-to-1 ratio. So Decky artifacts, I believe, would be significantly tankier than these guys. So even from a survivability standpoint, losing 2 AP for that much additional survivability is easily going to be worth it. You also got to remember, 2 non-sheet AP when we're about to have like 2,000 total AP is less than 0.1% of a difference. When it comes to the proportionality. Well, it matters when you consider the whole thing, right? The DR difference is nothing to scoff at. No, it's going to be each. It's going to be 6 all AP each. Also, having the luxury of being prepared for PvP all the time versus PvE is also a massive benefit. And I think that's part of the reason why they're doing that too, right? Is so when you're grinding in Adana and you want to be ready for PvP, you don't have to worry about swapping your artifacts. Yeah, but we know monster DR is definitely not at a 1-to-1 ratio. If I'm remembering correctly, it's at a 3-for-1. So that would mean that the Decky artifacts would be nearly twice as in terms of the survivability contribution. The Decky artifacts would be twice as strong. Nearly. If I'm remembering that 3-to-1 correctly. No, the exact opposite. If I'm remembering that test correctly, 1 normal DR was performing as effective as 3 monster DR. which would mean the 12 Dekia DR would be the equivalent of 36 Monster DR. So a difference of 16. Yeah, I don't even fully trust myself remembering correctly, and there is that variable. Like, I can't remember how they conducted the test. Who knows? They could have been testing it in a spot where the AP to DR difference between what they were, like, testing on was really small. So the AP would feel a lot more, or... No, I guess that would have been in favor of Monster DR then, if that were the case. If the testing methods were incorrectly skewed because of that, that would have actually favored Monster DR, not hurt it. If I'm not mistaken, Big and Shiny was the one that did the DR test. But once again, this was a while ago. This is when Kabuas were first added. This test was done because people were wondering. Because it seemed like such an insane amount of DR to all of a sudden throw into the game. 20 per artifact, right? Like, that's like, what the fuck? Yeah, this was something that happened completely separate from those tests. Why don't my gloves and boots match? Because technically evasion is slightly tankier for PvP for Sage, but I can't afford in PvE to sacrifice that DR. Luckily, the DR versus evasion in regards to the boots is a very minor difference, but in regards to the difference on the gloves, the Libras are super stat heavy for classes that can actually benefit from the evasion. But pretty soon this whole conversation will be over, and thank fucking God. I'm so tired of, Mr. Streamer, should I be evasion or DR? I'm so tired of that shit. Because 99.9% of the time, when people ask that question, they're not at the gear point to even be considering evasion anyways. So it's going to be so nice to have this conversation put to rest, since everybody's just going to be using the same set. Yeah. Biseptimus, since you're here, do you remember that test I'm talking about where they tested like the effectiveness of Monster DR versus normal DR? Or did I just dream that up one day? I'm pretty sure the conclusion was like a 3-to-1 ratio, that every normal DR was the equivalent to 3 Monster DR. I don't remember who the source was. It was Big and Shiny that did that? Or was it 2-to-1? Okay. I thought it was 3-to-1. Okay, I might see after the Big if I can find it. Two to one would make a little bit more sense. Oh shit, did Sheriff find it? I will take a peek at that. Yeah, that's Big and Shiny. I will take a closer look at that as soon as I get done with these two piggies. 3 years ago sounds about right. Is that how long we've had Kabuas now? I feel like this test happened around the time of Kabuas. Bro, I am old. Yeah, if you're old, I'm fucking ancient. Shut up. Oh, my perfume wore off. I must have went through that last one kind of slow. Yeah, let's take a look at that test. Let's go to the conclusion. Okay, no, there was another test. This doesn't talk about what the difference is. I believe there was another test that once we got Kabuas was done. Because I don't think Kabuas existed 3 years ago. I wonder if there's a part 2 to this test in that Reddit thread. Ooh, a Bon. I'd rather have a Bon of one of the other ones. It'd be the first time. You do have to talk to the NPC, yes. Family for Cook. The kittens ain't playing around. Wait, did they have another GVG with Coco's kittens? Are Coco's kittens getting fierce? I would say first. I can't speak today. What do you use them on? I just sell them myself. Wait, are you one of Coco's kittens too? Oh my goodness, Trep. Let's fucking go. After all these years, Trep has finally made it into Cho. Aren't all the cool kids Coco's kittens? Apparently, because I'm not in there. Isn't that what you're about to say, you dumb bitch? That's right, beat you to it. Fuck you, Trep. Saw you on the wait list soon. Oh, shit. Oh shit. Yo, maybe I should get a Discord invite too. Wait a minute. Is it a separate Discord than the old Cho Discord? Well, obviously it is. Never mind. Hunter would still be in there. What a stupid fucking question. No wonder I'm not part of the cool kids. Shut this place down! Wow. Cave's closed, everybody. Go home. Nothing to see here. There's Ark, this Highfall guy, and the Dynasty guy are fighting. Oh. If it's, yeah, unless for some reason it does end up completely ridiculous, I am absolutely going for it. My estimate is they're going to undervalue it, and it'll be like 4,000 crowns a click with like the 3% chance and 100 pities for the people who get insanely unlucky. And at that price, I'll gladly pay the pity price. The alchemy stones. Yeah. Where the hell are my drops? I'm not getting anything from these boxes. I only got one bond so far. This is fucking bullshit. Destruction's definitely better. The vast majority of people don't use a destruction because they can't get their hands on one. It's very rarely that somebody actually has both, and then they choose to use the protection over the destruction. The only time where you would maybe justify using the protection over the destruction is when somebody has, when you're running like a shy or something, right? And you're just trying to survive, period. But for most classes, even the destruction is better for survivability because being faster is going to equate to survivability, right? Sure, you're not going to take less damage when you get hit, but you're going to more effectively avoid hits and CCs and grabs and shit like that. Yeah, that's kind of it. You just got to find people who are willing to do it. it's tough because most people like the opportunity cost you have to incur by spamming that shit just to get the mechanics down is pretty high. And it is just going to get easier over time too, right? As they add more and more gear to the game, that shit will eventually become more and more trivial. Like the +6 AP we're basically getting tomorrow is definitely going to put a dent in the difficulty of that. I eventually would like to do it too for the different rewards and stuff that come with it, but yeah, it's one of those things I personally not interested in spamming it either. Just wait till it becomes trivialized, then do it then. Yeah. How challenging are those these days anyways? I feel like with how much PvE buffs they've done to everybody, obviously the stats don't matter since that's stat cap, but I believe the PvE buffs probably made it a lot easier. Maybe I'll start doing that next week too. There's a lot of C7s I didn't bother with because Awakened Sage used to be awful for doing bosses. But I imagine now with those, a lot of those bosses are probably way easier. And I should get them done at least once. Maybe I'll start doing that with my 2 extras. I'll do the C10 Gumi Pig Sangoon, and then I'll the other 2 I'll do like 2 old bosses until I eventually get it down, them all done. Might be kind of fun to do those. Ooh, nice. Yeah. Oh no, I used to do the C7 bosses. I just did the easy shit. I didn't bother doing the harder ones. Didn't feel worth the effort. You can post links, sure. But yeah, I have an old boss set up too, and yeah. It was HP and attack speed. If I If I remember correctly, too, when that shit came out, I conducted a test with even, like, crit damage and shit, and that stuff didn't matter either. It was, like, exclusively just getting a big enough health pool so you don't get one-shot by some things, have a bit more of a buffer, and then attack speed. And life on hit, but some of those life on hit crystals don't exist anymore. The fuck? My YouTube was just auto-playing some shit, and a video finished and a new one started, and it started playing my own live stream. Get out of here, I don't want to watch that, idiot. Yeah. Well, if you go to YouTube, there is no music. There's no way to separate the audio from the VOD to the recorded track, or from the live stream to the VOD. So because of that, there's just no music on the YouTube stream at all. Because I'll get copyright struck so fast on YouTube. They are really quick with that shit. It'd be cool if they would implement a way where you could separate it from the VOD. But at the same time, it's kind of nice. It gives the viewers an option. If you guys gonna want to go watch the stream without music and play your own music. Works out perfectly for that. Yeah. Honestly, though, I think that's what they're trying to address, though. Electrify. They're trying to make it so people are prepared for PvP while PvEing. You take a look at what they're doing with combining the armors, combining the offhand, giving an upgrade to our Dekia artifacts, so we'll be grinding with that too. They're doing an all-in-one setup, so you'll at least be able to swap your other stuff a little more effectively. Your species damage isn't going to matter as much as it previously did. Most people will be running just proper normal damage setups that'll also affect PvP as well. It does feel like a lot of these changes are all being tuned towards making it so we're ready to PvP while we're PvEing. So that's one thing that has me super excited about all this stuff coming, because it definitely feels like that's a trend with all these changes. With resistance being removed from the game too, you're not going to have to worry about trying to quickly get your Elcars in your build, because you're obviously not grinding with those. They're also making it so there is no more... well, never mind. I guess they are adding a new stat. This kind of goes against what I was just saying. Because they're adding a new stat called player damage instead of human damage. Human damage will apparently be for monsters, and player damage will be for players. Shit. Golden pig just spawned. This is actually perfect timing. Maybe we'll just kill this guy. We'll go kill the golden pig and then we'll do my scroll. Since we're right here, might as well, you know. I'm pretty sure I have a good amount of time before the scroll disappears. $10 minutes? Surely the world boss dies in 10 minutes on a Wednesday afternoon, right, chat? Especially with everybody here. No, PA knows better than to do that. They've never done anything to suggest that they would ever do something like that. That's a severe line to cross in regards to the whole pay-to-win discussion. That's usually the line, that's the distinguishing line Korean companies take when it comes to pay-to-win and pay-to-convenience too, right? They don't view like pay for convenience, being able to convert real money into in-game currency as pay to win. They consider it convenience, and I actually agree with that myself. What they and everybody else, like it is irrefutable if a game's pay to win or not. When there's items in the cash shop that give you an advantage over other players that cannot be earned otherwise against each other. Like, the otter backpack is questionable, but there isn't really competition when it comes to fishing, so there is a bit of a, kind of a question mark there. Oh, he's actually dying reasonably quick. Okay, cool. I bet as more and more people get out of their pig cave. Fucking Sage at my pig? Yeah, look at you, mini pig looking ass, jumping around. I hope you die to the boss right now. Oh, yeah, I gotta go up there and do that too. I would have forgot for sure. Last week? Look at me. Oh my god, I'm so rich. Yo, max HP and crit damage? Wait a fucking minute. Oh my goodness. I'm happy I came here. Holy fuck horse, get down here. 3, 2, 1. Right now. Good. You're lucky. The fuck? Stupid fucking horse? Jump. There we go. Vaclav. Ew. Sounds like the name of a suck sage. And I bet he really puts the stuck in suck sage. The worst class, PvP, PvE, Awakening Sage. Needs big buffs. Ooh. Okay, after all that big cave, I need to fucking stand up and stretch for a minute. I'm gonna run my ass back to the well and go grab a glass of water, stretch my legs a little bit. Okay, chat, I'm back. Auto push still using. Oh god damn it! I lost trillions. I'm poor. I just had to call my doctor's office and make a follow-up appointment. Bruh. Excuse me. Spent a lot of time on hold. Next colonoscopy? No, I gotta tell her about like every day between the hours of 9 to usually 4. I'm just constantly hear these voices of just people yapping about stupid shit all the time. And I'm just trying to get her to perform a biopsy, maybe even just cut off the whole thing. I think it's called a Twitch chat, actually. She's probably gonna say that's cancerous. We better get rid of it immediately. Yeah. There's a bunch of good stuff in there. I like stuff with a good beat. The last like 4 days or so, I haven't been listening to my playlist. I'll actually grab the last song from my playlist, play that, and then I just let Spotify just start playing random shit based on that playlist. Keeps it a little bit more random. I wish Spotify could properly do a random playlist. It pisses me off so much that they can't. Because the enhanced playlist is such a cool idea. Where you can have shuffle on and every like third or fourth song it'll put in something new. But just the fact that their system just doesn't work. And it ends up just playing the same shit over and over again just drives me crazy. played Warrior first, and then I played Guardian for a little bit, and then I've been on Sage ever since it was released. What's better for Embers, DSR or Highlands? I'm asking because console's getting allocated tomorrow, and I wanted to know where I should go. DSR, I believe in general, has been better. 1 second, let me take a peek. We have a website called garmoth.com. Let's see. Global Grind. Dark Seekers is approximately 1.4 of them an hour. Let's see, and Highlands is... I must scroll past it. Here we go. 2.6. Oh, never mind. Highlands is better. Yeah, it looks like Highlands is twice as good for Embers. I like the XP here right now. Trying to get to level 67. It's good money, decent XP. After 68, I don't know. By then we'll have Idana out, so I'm not quite sure. What's up? Look at this. Okay. Okay, let's see. Hello, this is Black Desert. We would like to inform you of the results of the measures taken against users who violated the terms and use of the operation policy from there. Oh, is this the mentor-mentee event? Did I not fucking tell you all? Let's read this. Adventurers who have recently started their journey are adapting to the world of Black Desert more easily by utilizing seasonal servers and new support systems. We have also been observing this process and have been able to confirm various meaningful feedback and data. In the case of certain challenges which are part of the settlement support system, the conditions were set low from the start so that they would not be too much of a hindrance, and the purpose was to help new adventurers who start their journey and settle down more quickly. We have confirmed that most adventurers are using them well in accordance with this intention, but some have repeatedly attempted to exploit this in ways that exceed our expectations, and after careful consideration, we have decided to raise some of the conditions. Such behavior goes beyond simple re-challenges and can lead to a structural exploitation that affects the game economy, and there is a concern that it will ultimately lead to an unbalanced experience for other adventurers. So we are notifying you of the following measures. For families that have been found to have been abusing their accounts by creating excessively repetitive accounts, such as repeating the act or using a large number of accounts, sanctions have been imposed on them for bug exploitation and abuse. Bug exploitation and abuse. First, permanent game use restriction. Wait, permanent? They permanently banned them? What? Look at all those names, too. What is that? 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So 17 times 3 plus 2. What is that? 17, 34, 41, 53 accounts? Holy fuck. Depending on the number of accounts, repetitive actions, etc., permanent usage restrictions may be applied even before the first detection, according to the operation policy. The completion, or upon the first detection, okay, the completion conditions for 2 relatively easy challenge items will be changed. So these are the changes they're making to it, which is whatever. So instead of level 61, reach 100 cumulative hours. And seasonal graduation. The measure is a decision made to prevent... So they permanently banned 53 people. And then they did a 7-day suspension for 2 people. And 1 warning on 1 person. Oh my god. That's kind of crazy to permanently ban them. Like, that's... Yeah, like, that's... Remember how many people I had come in and chat, and I was like, don't do it, guys. This is the mapping situation all over again. Don't do it. But I saw a post on Reddit where somebody said a GM said it was okay. Don't do it, chat. Don't fucking do it. God damn, man. Anybody on NA right now, I bet is sweating fucking buckets. If that shit hit KR, you know that shit is hitting NA. NEU. Good luck, motherfuckers. Let's see. Yeah, maybe this is revolving around the 10 bill. But that would have just came in, right? That's not even out yet. The 10 bill on a new account, is that out yet? Maybe it is. So is it that, or is it the mentor-mentee problem? Or event, sorry.
I am so smart SMRT.
Yeah, somebody was making multiple accounts. It's not like they could just transfer the silver to their main account. Oh. Oh, so they were using it in... Oh! Bing, 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 bing. That makes sense. So they were using it in combination with the mentor-mentee event. Using the code from their main account as a mentor to make the new account as a mentee. Making an account, getting the 10 bill, making a pen debo, trying to make a pen debo at least, and then using that. Well, you can't make a pen debo with 10 bill. I guess unless you enhance from base. You would have to do that over and over and over again, though, right? You'd have to basically make a new account, hit the requirements, get your 10 bill, see if you can make a pen debo with that, and then use that money to get the gear score requirement for the mentor-mentee. That sounds like a lot of fucking effort for the mentor-mentee thing. I feel like the opportunity cost on that is way higher than the actual reward, and you're actually losing silver doing that. Unless maybe you one-shot it. But yeah, maybe it's the combination of the two events and then using the mentor-mentee thing to... But if you're just doing all of that to get, like, what is it, the little bit of silver for your main account, I feel like the hours that would take to actually do that, you'd be better off just grinding. Makes sense why every debo is sold out? Yeah, maybe. Well, let's wait and see. Let's see if this shit ends up hitting NA. When was this posted? This was posted just this morning on KR. So yeah, if you're on NA and you were abusing this, you're sweating fucking buckets right now. We don't know, our joking. It's not out yet. It's not coming out for a month. Everything they've showed so far on pictures are very obvious placeholders. While they flesh out the system. Do you have the money that the pity's on offhand? Yeah. I'd be broke as fuck, though. If I pitied every single step of the way, I'd be broke as fuck. Actually, what were the numbers again? Let's take a peek. Yeah, with costume crons, it's 2.9 trillion. If you pity just going from Nov to deck, it's 2.9. Nov is 1, and then 4, 2, 1, blah, 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 blah. So would that be 100, 200, 400, 800, 1.8, 4? Yeah, I could pity it. I could pity it from the ground up, but I'd be broke. That would completely tap my supply. If I pitied every single step of the way, I think I'm gonna do what other people are doing, you know. The more I think about it, as much as I would love to get deck day 1, I think we're just gonna hit Nov and wait and look at the Alchemy Stone. If there was no Alchemy Stone coming out, then I think we would push right to deck, but the Alchemy Stone's kind of that wild card where that thing is going to be insane. Right? Finally being able to get that fucker. This is going to be insane. So I think I just go for Nov and then wait to see what the Alchemy Stone's going to require. What are they doing to Alchemy Stones? They're going to let you cron them to protect them. What if you one-tap Nov? If I one-tap Nov, then yeah, maybe we'll do some celebratory clicks. Is it tomorrow? No. No, the whole point of crons is to protect it, right? There's not going to be downgrading. They're getting rid of that. The only area of the game where downgrading exists anymore is on the old accessories. They've been slowly phasing it out. How many months? Oh, pretty good amount. Kind of hard to say. Oh yeah, the system is a completely different system. The pity system was fantastic. I think the pity numbers on Sovereign are too high. I think the pity numbers on Karazad are too low. But, like, in regards to enhancing now, like, hitting a deck Karazad feels so much less exciting than even hitting, like, a Tet Ogre back in the day felt. Well, pity for deck Karazad was 30. Remember, I pitied 2 of my Karazads. The thing is, though, it's like a fraction of the cost of like. 1 second. What? There it is. Yeah, like 25 pities for Nov at only 3,000 crons a click. Like, how are we gonna pretend like that's a challenge? Like, none of this is even remotely close to what like getting an early pen ogre felt like, or early pen debo. Like, it's such a small amount of effort. Especially if you extrapolate for inflation. If you extrapolate for inflation, like, this shit is practically free compared to what we had to deal with back in the day. I do miss the days when you had to go out and grind your own bases to enhance. My pen neck was 7 hours at Ash. Yeah, mine was... My pen debo belt was 1 hour at Crypt. Sometimes people get lucky, you know? Show the Crypt trash? Yeah. I saved it. That's the Crypt trash right there. 1,643. In 1,643, I made my pen debo belt, and I got my merchant ring piece from there. And I said, see you the fuck later. And I've never been back. Oh, shit. Too fucking funny. I actually haven't seen that in a while. Was it pen debo belt? No. It was just debo belt? There it is. So for context, before anybody goes and watches that video, I managed to win a Tet Debo belt off the market amongst like 15 orders, one of the first that were ever sold. So I managed to get it, and I was like, you know what? Let's go see if we can go and grind out a base belt. We'll just do a tap, and you know what? It is what it is, right? And then I ended up one-tapping it. And yeah, Divios was just chilling with me on Discord, doing his grind. As you can see, he's grinding Jade Forest there. I'm in Crypt. So I spent 1 hour on Suck Sage feeling the place out, and then I decided to go back on Awakening Sage and feel the place out. And I was 30 minutes into the grind on Awakening Sage, and then a belt dropped. And you even see on the top of his screen, me get the belt. Yeah. I'm already more excited right now about this, rewatching me get this, than I was with any of my Karazeds. Just to go back to Thakria, true. Actually, I'm pretty sure I went straight to Ash after this. Because I was like, oh, well, I got one Debo, time to get the other. I was so loud in his ears. Holy crap. Yeah, there's been lots of Creed playing in the playlist. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, Pendistos just were such a staple. Tets and Pendistos. Such a staple of our wheel for so long. But, like, Debos, you had to go out and you had to grind a shitty spot to try to get a base just so you could do a click. It took so many crons. We were still only grinding like maybe $1.5 billion an hour then, and you needed like 33 billion silver worth of crons. Or I guess 22 billion. I guess they were still 2 million crons at the time. But, like, for most people, that shit was like a week of grinding just to do one click, and it could go backwards, and there was no pity system. There was no safety net where if you got unlucky, well, we're gonna just give it to you anyways, because we feel like you earned it. That sounds terrible. It was terrible. I don't want to go back to that, but goddamn, because things were so much more difficult, it makes them feel so much more meaningful, though. Like, that's one of the byproducts of that, right? The easier you make it, the less meaningful it feels when you do get it. Yeah, I did neck and belt, and then I didn't bother with the earrings, and then they added the pity system for the earrings, and then the set bonuses, and I was like, okay, I'm doing these. And then the rings came out, and the rings were just like, at that point, like, between the pity system and now there was no downgrading or anything. Oh yeah, that was another thing too. With the earrings, they added the pity system, but we got the precision hammers, right? So the precision hammers just made everything feel so easy. So goddamn easy. But yeah, downgrading sucks. Downgrading sucks, and no pity system. I think a pity system is good. There should be a safety net because there's no limit to how unlucky you can get. You could legit have somebody who is so unlucky that they spend 10 times the value of the item trying to get it, which is dog shit. You should never have to spend that much. But there is a limit on how lucky you can get, right? The luckiest you can get is a one-tap. But there was no limit on how unlucky you could get. So the pity system adds that limit. Man, I ate that ramen today, and now I'm like super burpy. My Pendebo neck was like 65 taps. Like, oh my god, the misery you went through. But I bet as soon as that shit hit, god damn the rush. And the funny thing is, it wasn't like, oh man, thank god I got it. It was more like, oh god, thank god the pain is over. We really were masochists. Still are, true.
It's not the ramen, You're old.
Yeah, is that what happens? You get old and you get burpy? Does that mean my insides are fermenting or some shit? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know, maybe I feel so more dull from enhancing because I'm, you know, haven't really been enhancing much. Karazad just felt so much less exciting than Devo's. Devo Belt and Neck felt so much more exciting than Devo Rings. Although maybe they both felt that much more exciting to me because I one-tapped and two-tapped both those. You skipped Pen and Knob? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Maybe, I don't know. Just in regards to the pity system, when the pity system is less than, like, at least deck, right? It's what, 30 attempts? When your average chance is like 1 in 20, so that's like only 50% higher than the average cost to make it. And that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? When you have the average cost of making it so close to the maximum cost, I feel like it's too low. He got a new walk, yeah. Like I said, I'm pretty sure he probably did leg day the day before. And his legs were sore. I don't know what that old man walk was about, but that looked like a post-leg day type walk. That'd be like me sitting on my ass all day and hitting the gym with my legs. I'm sure I'll be walking like that the next day. Bicep don't gym anymore? He blew his backs out? What are you talking about? I feel like you're just yapping. Is there truth behind what Pone's saying? Oh, fuck. Okay. I personally like triple the average. I think triple the average is a good safety net. Like I said, I would have made the pities on Karazad 60. Hey, I pitied 2 of my Karazad. What's the command for that total? I think I have one for each of the Karazads. I think it was 20 on the neck, 30 on the belt, and then I'm pretty sure I got boosted on the rings. Maybe I only pitied 1. Type the individual commands. I thought I pitied 2. But I guess if I pitied 2, then there's no way I would have got 20 attempts on 1, because that would be already 80 attempts. But never mind, I guess I only pitied one. 12, 1 tap, 8 tap, 4 tap. Yeah. Well, I pity you guys in chat every single day, okay? So don't act like there's no pity over here. Remember? This is like adult daycare. Your wives drop you guys off at the PC, and I'm just here to kind of take care of you and entertain you until she gets home. This is free daycare. This is my water cooler? Okay, that's fair. What do you mean, damn straight? Don't you agree with Pone? You got carried on your Ock neck, though? One tapped it? Ooh, baby. It'd be cool if we can do group enhancing for the Shining Stone. Just get like a group of 5 of us and just start fucking blasting. Oh my god, I just realized. Imagine if you accidentally forget to cron your Elk Stone and it just deletes. It's not like other weapons where it downgrades. No, it just deletes it. Oh shit. Oh, someone will 100% do it. That person never had their shit restored. That's a myth. Nice. We're getting the Garmoth tomorrow. Yep, big stats. I can't wait till they let me put my Veil on my new Shining Stone too, and I get 3 AP on top of attack speed, more attack speed. God damn. No, we're not getting the 50. Oh, never mind. You guys are just fucking trolling. See, look what you guys are doing. You guys are fucking around, and now you're just confusing everybody. I just would like to make it known that anybody in my chat, if they have a sword beside their name and they start yapping, there's about a 90% chance they're full of shit. For the rest of you, okay? So just remember, that sword is to mark that they are dumbasses. Don't believe a goddamn word they say. Not me. Shut up. You're the worst of them all, Pone. These fuckers just like making more work for me. I already have a difficult time battling with being a helpful person and not an asshole. But these guys go out here, start stirring up all these stupid questions that should be very easily answered, but they keep spouting nonsense. Just making people ask more questions. Now I know somebody's gonna go, well, I heard it's Zeph streaming because it was one of his mods that was basically Zeph, but he said we're getting 12 AP. Where's my 12 AP? Oh my god. I gotta deal with that bullshit. Oh my god!
Wart bag on Kinjara head wart. Zethian, hello chat, Zethian here, totally real and totally legit. My mods are dumbasses. We're actually getting 15 app tomorrow. Please spread the word to people like Choice.
I don't think the TTS, the AI thing has worked once today.
Zethian, test tickles. Zethian, maybe you guys just suck.
Is it case sensitive? No, because I did a lowercase. Okay, I just refreshed the cache on it. Let's see.
Zethian, big test tickles.
Yeah.
Zethian, case sensitive test tickles.
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason it's broken today. I am, yeah. You're right, more Creed. What the hell? I'm getting kind of worried. If I keep letting it play Creed, it's going to just start playing a hell of a lot more. Yeah, I'm saving all my dons. With them talking about upgrading our Dawn crystals, I do not want to sell any of my Dons. I'm just going to keep saving them for just in case, and I'll sell them later. Who cares if I take a hit if they end up not using them? I think that's highly unlikely. You know, it's almost 5 o'clock though. I should probably go start preparing some dinner. Kids are going to be home from their friend's house soon. It is Taco Tuesday, you bitch. Oh my god, I want fucking tacos now. Nah, I'm gonna go out in the backyard and grill with a beer. Go sit in the sun for a little bit. I've been sitting in my house all fucking day. I need some fresh air and I need to touch some grass and I need to have a beer. Oh, you're right. It is Wednesday. You dumb bitch. You got me all excited for Taco Tuesday for nothing. God damn it. Yo, he baited us. How could you? How could you?
Have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Oh, goddamn. Oh. Whew. I know, right? The misinformation in this chat, that's beyond the line. Like, you're lucky we don't permanently ban you here for that. You don't fuck with our Taco Tuesday. Okay, who do we send you guys to? We sent you guys to the dragon quite a bit. Maybe I send you guys to... Maybe I'll do Grimkill today. I haven't rated Grimkill in a little bit. Okay, everybody, thank you for hanging out. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And we will be back tomorrow with our new AP. Our new APs. I'm just gonna autopath there. Let me get over this little windy road so shit don't mess up. I hope you all have a wonderful day, except for all of you assholes who keep fucking with me, especially the Taco Time guy. How dare you? We'll see you all tomorrow.